Really, really pleased to welcome you to our third Adaptive Management Forum. So I'd like to welcome you on behalf of the Delta Stewardship Council. It's great to see you all here in the room. And we have many people joining us virtually over Zoom as well. So welcome to you all over Zoom. We have a really exciting program and day ahead of us. My name is Dylan Chappell. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Delta Stewardship Council. And we are delighted to have you here. I'm just going to get us started with a few housekeeping items before I introduce our first speaker. If you haven't been here before, restrooms are down that way. The code is written on the whiteboard back there. The code's also posted next to the door if you need to get in. There is a Wi-Fi and password if you do need to deal with anything over Wi-Fi. That information is there as well. We'll be here for most of the day. We'll have an hour and a half long lunch for you all to grab what you need, but we're really excited about the series of panels that we have for you all today. And without further ado, I would like to hand it over to Raquel Gonzales, who is the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Lead Cultural Researcher at the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. Raquel.
Good morning and welcome. My name is Raquel Gonzales. I'm a tribal member and lead cultural researcher for Shingle Springs Rancheria Band of Miwok Indians. I want to welcome you all here today to my ancestral homelands, the homelands of the Nisenan Pawanan, the homelands of my ancestors, the territory of my great-great-grandma, Nisenan grandmother Pamela Clemzo Adams, who was born here and lived here and whose spirit presence we still feel today. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you here today. May we all move forward sharing this space, learning from each other and remembering those who occupied these lands before. And now I want to introduce Jory Hatch, who is one of our singers, to sing a traditional song for you guys.
I just want to say good morning to everybody, and thank you guys for inviting us here. With Raquel, open it up, and this is kind of how we do things in our world, and acknowledge the first people here, and just try to open it up with a good meeting. And so we're just honored to be here, And so again, thank you. So I'm gonna share a song with you guys this morning, and it's kind of a blessing song just to kind of get started. And it talks about how to live, to actually be able to live, to be able to function, to be able to be mentally strong, to be able to get through a lot of things. And so, we sing these songs when things are good, when things are bad. And, I got another technical Ramirez. And we come from different villages. I've been working with Shingle Springs for a long time with their dance, and we came together that way, 23 years ago. And we continue this dance and this these cultures and this way of life. So we have a relationship together that we're trying to share and trying to build, and just trying to make sure we understand our identity and where they come from. And so I come from Wilton Rancheria, and so and Petey will speak a little bit and introduce himself, but we just all kind of gather together and just try to make this this thing work, and to make sure that we have our culture and our identity for the young people. So thank you.
My name is Peter Ramirez. I'm a tribal member of Supervisors Rancheria, California Valley Miwok Tribe. I'm located in Calaveras County, and encompass the Gonzales River over to the home. Our tribal footprint goes all the way from Mount Diablo all the way to Nevada. Even though we're primarily in Calaveras County, we went along the waterways, trading with all the tribes. The water is always important. A lot of our tribes are always up along the river, along the waterways. Fortunate to be here today. I have a lot of elders who fought for us to be here. wasn't easy to keep these things going. A lot of the song traditions were kept quiet for a long time, and fortunate to be able to help carry on today.
Thank you again, and thank you for having us, and thank you for the blessing and all. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you to you all for coming and sharing that with us. We really appreciate it. And really great way for us to start our day here today with a beautiful song and words welcoming us. So thank you again. With that, I would like to introduce Virginia Madueño, who is the chair of the Delta Stewardship Council, who is going to share a land acknowledgement and welcome for us on behalf of the council. So Virginia.
Good morning. First and foremost, thank you, Raquel. Thank you to the singers, the tribal singers from the Shingle Springs Band. It is a true honor to have you here today, and we greatly appreciate your participation. Again, my name is Virginia Madueño, Chair of the Delta Stewardship Council, and I am pleased to welcome you to the 2023 Adaptive Management Forum. Thanks to those of you who are joining us here in person. It's great to see these great shiny faces and smiles. I left at 6:45 this morning, not complaining. And to the many of you, I just saw we have almost 50 panelists online. And so again, I want to welcome those of you in person and those that are joining us via Zoom. This is the third Adaptive Management Forum hosted by the Delta Science Program. And this time the planning team decided to focus more on the human dimension of how we adapt. At the end of the day, we will all work in systems that depend on people interacting, collaborating, and sometimes respectfully disagreeing to make tough decisions in complex situations. One of the major issues with these decision-making spaces is that historically, they have not been open and inclusive spaces, which has limited our ability to think creatively towards equitable solutions. While we acknowledge that the work is ongoing in this regard, we are excited to hear from a wide variety of voices across today's panel to help us think about where we've been, what challenges we currently face, and how systems could adapt to meet the challenges ahead. And with that, I will share a land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the Delta watershed and Bay estuary are located within the traditional territory and homelands of the Bay Miwok, Coast Miwok, Plains Miwok, Maidu, Nisenan, Ohlone, Potwin, Pomo, Wapo, Wintun, and Yokuts peoples. We wish to show our respect to them, their ancestors, elders, and relatives, and honor all Native American peoples, past, present, and future, that call the Bay Delta their home. We recognize that the Delta Stewardship Council and other organizations here today have and continue to benefit from the use and occupation of tribal traditional homelands, including the Bay Delta. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the Governor's Executive Order N-1519 that apologized on behalf of the citizens of the state of California to all Native Americans for the many instances of violence, maltreatment, and neglect California inflicted on tribes. Tribal communities have been stewarding our nation. Pardon me, it's just, I got very emotional and that song just really touched for me. Tribal communities have been stewarding our natural environment since time immemorial. There is much we need to learn from the Bay Delta's tribal communities about stewardship. Please consider that although this statement acknowledges the ancestral and unceded territories of the original Native peoples of the Bay Delta, additional steps are required to move towards meaningful restorative justice. This adaptive management forum's theme of governance is a step towards beneficial and constructive relationships that support tribes in restoring the role as the land stewards and integrating Native communities in the planning and decision-making for a healthy and resilient Bay Delta. Now, I will hand it over to our senior environmental scientist, Stephen Elser, who will give us an overview of today's forum. And I want to again thank you all for today's participation and presence. I think that these forums are absolutely critical. And having attended the last tribal summit hosted by the governor, I can just tell you that I was moved forevermore. And I say this with all of my heart. We are here to acknowledge and accept, again, what we have done not by us, our persons, but by our ancestors and by those that preceded us. And we are here to acknowledge and thank all of our tribal and Native American peoples. Thank you.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Stephen Elser. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Delta Stewardship Council's Adaptive Management Unit. I'm also one of the co-chairs of the planning committee for this forum, so I want to welcome you and thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate everyone's engagement and participation today. We think it's going to be a really interesting series of conversations, and I hope we all learn a lot. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time going over just an overview of what to expect from the forum and to introduce some of the themes and topics that we'll be diving into in greater depth throughout the day. So to first take a little bit of a step back, the Delta Reform Act established the Delta Stewardship Council to achieve more effective governance as it relates to sustainable management of the Delta and a reliable water supply, and to use an adaptive management framework to do that. As a way of supporting that adaptive management framework, the Delta Science Plan and the Delta Independent Science Board call for regularly convening adaptive management forums like this one. And the goals of these forums is to, in general, promote coordination and learning and to foster discussions about implementing adaptive management in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. So like Dylan mentioned, this is the third iteration of the Adaptive Management Forum. The first one was in 2019, and that had a focus on education with the goals of connecting and sharing lessons between the ecosystem restoration community in the Delta. In 2021, the goal was on synthesis and to help inform adaptive management decision-making. And this year, the theme is governance. And so the Delta Science Program hosted a series of webinars in 2022 on environmental governance. And we felt that there was a lot more left to explore on that topic. And in the months since, we've heard governance come up again and again at various forums that we participate in. So we thought that this would be a really appropriate theme for this year's forum. So now I want to spend a little bit of time introducing some of the jargon terms that I've used so far, since we'll be hearing a lot more of them throughout the day, just to explain where we're coming from when we say these words. So adaptive management is a science-based structured approach to improving our understanding of the problems and uncertainties of environmental and water management. So this figure shows the adaptive management cycle that begins with a planning phase, moves into a doing phase before reaching an evaluating and responding phase. And at that point, this helps to adjust actions based on lessons learned. So this helps us to adapt our actions to the best available knowledge. Adaptive management can be used at a variety of scales, including individual projects, but also at the programmatic level or even system-wide scales. But first and foremost, adaptive management is really about implementing in the face of uncertainty and designing implementation that allows us to learn throughout the process. This allows us to adapt and to inform actions that ensure that they're as effective as they can be under changing conditions. So that's the legal definition and underpinning that frames the way that we approach adaptive management in our work, but we also recognize that not everyone sees and experiences adaptive management in that way. And we also know that adaptive management is just one piece of the larger adaptation puzzle. There are many other mechanisms and processes and tools that help guide adaptation at different scales. So today we want to talk about adaptive management, yes, but we want to talk about adaptive management in the context of the larger system that adaptation occurs within. And in particular, we want to focus the conversation around governance and how governance connects to adaptive management and fits into the larger adaptation puzzle. So when we say governance, what we mean is the actors, organizations, policies, processes, and rules that shape how people and societies collectively make decisions. Governance systems are really complex. Actors include individuals like policymakers, scientists, landowners, community members. Organizations include government agencies, environmental nonprofits, community-based organizations, and much, much more. And it includes the interactions between those individuals and organizations. And governance occurs at different scales of authority, which complicates things further. And it also leads to a point that I want to highlight, that governance is more than just government. It's obvious that government agencies certainly dictate a lot of the ways that other organizations and individuals interact and make their own decisions, but ultimately it's not just the government making decisions that move society forward. So I just want everyone to keep that in mind as we're having our discussions today. To complicate things further, independent of all those diverse actors and organizations and structures that make up our governance system, governance is complex because it's impacted by and impacts a wide variety of factors, some of which are shown here. So it's interconnected to all of this. As these factors change, climate change, shifting societal values, economic conditions, technological breakthroughs, the governance system should also change to accommodate those other changes. But there are barriers that make it hard for governance systems to adapt, even as societal values and priorities drastically shift. It's widely considered to be desirable for governance systems to accurately reflect the values of people. So it's really important for us to think of ways that we can make governance more responsive to society and other conditions, and what tools we can use to achieve that end. So in theory, governance systems can change to better reflect the changing world. And when that happens, it's sometimes referred to as adaptive governance. Adaptive governance emerges when governance systems can facilitate ongoing and regular interactions between vested actors and organizations. And adaptive governance at its core is really about building capacity within a governance system for learning and for change, just like adaptive management is all about learning through implementation. And when governance systems are adaptive, they can further support the implementation and success of adaptive management programs. So we see adaptive governance as a way of providing larger hierarchical structure and support for adaptive management, and vice versa. Adaptive governance supports adaptive management and guides the sorts of questions that adaptive management projects can ask, while adaptive management helps us to learn and provide essential understanding of where new actions and rules are needed. So one question we want to explore today is, how can the governance system be more effective at supporting adaptive management? But that question can't really be adequately answered without understanding what it means to be effective and for adaptation to be successful. The world is changing. There's many different things that we need to adapt to, adapting to shifting precipitation patterns, rising temperatures, new economic realities, cultural change, new technology. All of this requires some amount of adaptation, but we really need to center who we are serving in our adaptation strategies and ask adaptation for whom. And asking this question really compels us to think to center more deliberately equity and inclusiveness, so that we can adapt in ways to create positive futures for our communities. So it's therefore really important for us in this context to really think about the needs of incorporating perspectives from environmental justice communities, from tribes, and from many other communities who have historically been left out of major components of the governance system and the adaptation decision-making space. So to equitably meet the needs and values of society, we need more inclusive processes to guide adaptation. And those past forums that I mentioned earlier, they focused more on the non-human biophysical components of adaptive management, but that's left out what we feel is the most important part: the people who are being affected by decisions and those who make those decisions. So understanding these aspects is really critical to understanding equitable adaptation. We really want to center people in the adaptation conversation today and find ways to develop more inclusive and equitable processes for adaptation across the Delta. So these are the objectives that we have for this forum. Well, I'll read them. So since that's being blocked right now. So the first is to connect people within organizations and across sectors to cultivate meaningful conversations about governance and adaptive management in the Delta. The second is to share ideas about equitable and inclusive adaptive management processes that support and reflect societal values. The third is to highlight examples to identify governance needs that would enhance adaptive capacity in a changing social and ecological context. And the fourth is to demonstrate features of effective governance that promote adaptive management success. I do want to make note that this forum itself is going to be spread out over 2 days. So today is the first day, and we're hoping to achieve these objectives over the 2 days. And the second day will be an interactive half-day workshop in June that will follow up on some of the themes and topics that we discussed today. And at that workshop, we're hoping to explore the themes talked about today in more depth and co-produce ideas to operationalize some of the lessons learned today into different components of our governance and adaptation system. So please be on the lookout for more information about that in the coming month. Before getting to the agenda, I want to spend just one moment to say that we came to this particular thematic focus and the objectives and the details of our agenda thanks to the hard work of our workshop planning committee. The co-chairs were myself, Dylan Chappell, Karen Capitz, and Chelsea Batavia. While Chelsea and Karen have both now moved on to new positions in other agencies, they both contributed significantly to the work behind this forum. Chelsea in particular was a driving force behind the vision for the forum and its theme, so I want to give her a very special thank you. And we also have this incredible advisory group, which you can mostly see on the right side of the screen. representing folks from tribes, state and federal agencies, nonprofits, and academia together. They helped us ensure that we brought together a really wide-ranging group of speakers and panels today with a diversity of perspectives on adaptation and governance. So this is the agenda for the day. Right now, I'm wrapping up the welcome session. Next up will be a storytelling session. Our advisory group felt really strongly that storytelling might be one way to ground the concepts of governance and adaptation to the lived experiences of individuals. So we're really excited to hear from Don Hankins and Tama Brisbane in that section. Following that is our keynote given by Contra Costa County Supervisor Diane Burgis, who will be giving a talk on governance needs for equitable adaptation in a dramatically changing watershed. Then after a short break, we'll come back for our first panel discussion of the day, and that'll focus on the governance system now, what needs the governance system experiences as it currently exists for more effective adaptation and the barriers in place that make adaptation more difficult. We'll then take lunch and return promptly at 1:15 to begin our second panel, which will focus on adaptation case studies across scales. In this panel, we'll hear from a variety of different adaptation projects to see what governance needs and challenges different people are experiencing in their projects. We'll then take another short break before returning for our final panel of the day at 2:45, and that will try to be a little bit more forward thinking than the other panels and try to build on some of the themes explored earlier in the day to really think about how governance systems can change to enable more effective and inclusive adaptation in the future. And then we'll have some closing remarks, and that'll be the end of the first day of the Adaptive Management Forum. So with that, I think we'll move on to our first session of the day, which is the storytelling session. So this will feature Don Hankins from California State University and Tama Brisbane from With Our Words. So Don will speak first, so I'll introduce him and then we'll hand over the screen to him. So Don Hankins is a professor in the Department of Geography and Planning at California State University, Chico, and field director for the California State University Chico Ecological Reserves. His areas of expertise are pyrogeography, water resources, and conservation. Combining his academic and cultural knowledge as a Miwok traditional cultural practitioner, he's particularly interested in the application of indigenous stewardship practices as a keystone process to aid in conservation and resilience. He's currently engaged in wildland fire research with an emphasis on landscape scale prescribed in cultural burns, ecocultural restoration, and environmental policy. Don has been involved in various aspects of land stewardship and conservation for a variety of organizations and agencies, including federal and indigenous entities in North America and Australia. He's internationally recognized for his work on indigenous fire. He's an advisor to the Indigenous Peoples Burning Network, founder, co-lead, and secretary of the Indigenous Stewardship Network, and an appointed member of the California Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force Executive Committee. And with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and hand it over to Don. Thank you, Don.
Great. Good morning, Hidi, and thanks for the introduction, and also thanks for the tribal participants this morning sharing their prayers and thoughts about the work that's being discussed today. I guess in thinking about this this opportunity that's here, the idea of story is a really important piece. In Miwok language, Miwok Hanai, we have the word amunene, which is to be a story, to share a story. And when I was asked to give this talk, I was thinking, oh, there's a gazillion different ways I could go with this. And I'm going to try to thread as many of those things together here to share some perspective on this. And I'll start with kind of my lived experience as a kid. I grew up with the fortunate opportunity to have a very strong connection to the South Delta. My family had a place on Old River, on San Joaquin River, near Clifton Court Forebay, in what historically was and still is the homelands for the Hopum village, which is Bay Miwok village. And in my experience of growing up with and around those waters, I was able to observe and see things in very close connection to not only the landscape and the creation that is there, but also the changes that were taking place and the stewardship and or management of those lands and waters in a way that I would say was foundational to why I'm where I'm at today. And so in regards to that, observing place, seeing things change, seeing things that ultimately in retrospect make a huge amount of sense to me that as a young kid, from early childhood would have never made sense to me. And I'll just give an example of that in regards to species that I would see periodically on Old River, like bald eagles perched in valley oak trees that in time with the stewardship of the river and riprap being placed on the levees led to the girdling of that valley oak tree and the loss of the roosting habitat for the bald eagles. And so, thinking about that and thinking of then who is doing this, why are they doing it, really started to kind of pull in my mind. And this discussion this morning of the open and inclusive, communications, I think is really a point that I recognize now that in the time when I was growing up, there wasn't a place for Indigenous peoples to engage in this. There wasn't the respect for a lot of this, and even some of the tribes that are present today and talking were not even fully recognized, and still we struggle with that and the complexities of that. So like this idea of open and inclusive is something that is new, and there's a huge opportunity that's there for and around that. But in context of the South Delta and the place that I grew up knowing, one of the things that I came to understand later, and it's through my work with folks in Australia, and one individual, Christine Black, who is a woman from the area between New South Wales and Queensland. She's an academic Indigenous to that area. And she wrote a book called The Land as a Source of Law. And probably about 2010, Christine had paid a visit to me, and she really wanted to see what I call Miwok, our Plains Miwok homeland. And so I took her on a tour that began coming across the American River. I picked her up at the Sacramento airport, and as we entered south into our homelands, took her on a tour that traversed the delta from the Cosumnes River Preserve and out along the confluence of the Sacramento River and up into some of our sacred areas in the East Bay. And in touring with Christine, what I recognize is that the stories that I grew up with from my elders and later, gleaning from books, piecing together things that sometimes weren't told, I began to recognize that the understanding that I have and the connection I have to place is really recognizing that the land is truly the source of law, that our creation beginning at the mountain and beginning at springs in the case of water that flow through the very place that I had a very strong connection to as a kid were the law that my ancestors knew and we still recognize. And that connection extends as Troy and Pete had mentioned, from the mountain and across the larger landscape, connecting to places out in the Great Basin and in the Sierras and further north and out into the ocean. And all of this is a storied landscape, but all of that not only is a story, but it's our law. And so the conflict that exists there, when I think about the infrastructure that exists within the Delta, particularly in the South Delta with Clifton Court Forebay and the pumping facilities for the state and federal water projects, and more recently Los Vaqueros, and then thinking also about like East Bay Municipal Utilities District's use of the water and the extraction is really in direct conflict with our law around water. Yet when all those projects were developed, there was never a consultation process. And even when Los Vaqueros was being built, there were elders and family members who were consulted from some of the tribes, but maybe didn't have the full depth of knowledge about what the legal understanding from a traditional cultural perspective were for those places. And so all of these things are a violent change to our landscape that are really breaking our traditional law. And so as I think about, my career experiences, I've had a lot of opportunity to engage in and around this. I think back to early 2000s or late 90s when I was working at Tuolumne Rancheria as the environmental planner. And at that time, CalFed was surfacing. And it was probably the first time that there seemed to be an interest in engaging with tribal nations around this. And shortly after, working a little bit with CalFed, I moved to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and worked there for a while. And I felt because of my role in the agency, I couldn't necessarily speak how I understood about the Delta and that indigenous way of seeing things. But in my time now at the university at CSU Chico, I've been able to re-engage in that. And I think we're in a really fantastic time in terms of recognizing, one, the inequities that exist around indigenous stewardship and what that potentially is, and with the governor's executive orders and efforts like 30 by 30 that now exist within the state. We're seeing more of an interest around that. And I like to think that some of that maybe comes from some of the work that I've done to kind of highlight this. In kind of framing that idea, I'll just say that in 2016, there was a book published called Imagining Extinction, the Cultural Meaning of Endangered Species. And the author, Ursula Heise, talked about this idea of multi-species justice. And when I think about our stories, part of what has always motivated me was that we have this kinship responsibility to the species, the Chinook salmon, the red-legged frogs, giant garter snake, badgers, you name it, like they're all our relatives. And when I think about the rarity of the species that have been impacted by the management of the Delta and, the long conflicting boundaries of that, this book really resonated with me. But the one thing that I saw was that this idea of multi-species justice and the idea of justice was something that in my own community, my own tribal community, I would hear people say, we don't want justice, we want equity. We want to have people to be on the same footing. And I applied that to this idea of the landscape and the culture and the species connections, and wrote a paper called The Ecocultural Equality in the Miwok. And in that paper, I talk about the conflict between traditional law, the holistic understanding of kinship responsibility, and what ecocultural restoration could create in more of a conceptual understanding, with the intent that maybe people would want to dive a little bit deeper into that. And obviously, it's a very complex thing. The things that we as tribal people understand for that landscape, and in general, the broader connections of people in place extend far beyond the Delta. When we talk about the Delta from a tribal perspective, it goes from the summit out to the ocean. But from a cultural perspective, we know that people came from far and wide to visit us, to come to ceremony for the power of this place that is totally upheaved at this point in time. And I think about, like, how do I know this? Well, we have the stories of it, but we also have recollections from other tribal communities from very far away. And I'll just give you an example. Like, there's a published map from Walla Walla and Cayuse people up in Washington State on the Columbia River that talk about their connections to our same Delta. So when we think about this inclusion, like, there's a lot of layers to this, but we're at this really interesting point in time where we've got this complex relationship of the traditional governance structures within the Delta, family bands living, making decisions, and then with settlement, then creating this opportunity for recognition or non-recognition, depending largely for our region on the status of whether or not people were homeless or not in the early 1900s. And so we have this disparity of who's recognized and who's not. But I think the real power is that as traditional people, we see and know that our traditional governance structure is based on community and is based on family first. And so as we recognize each other in that way, we begin to work together and start to layer and include the voices that who needs to be at the table in these places. And I guess that's something that I would just say from a consultation perspective, like, the state still has a lot to learn around that. And there's a lot of mistrust that's there for very good reasons on both the tribal side and the government side. But to kind of recap and just bring this to a close, our law is about responsibility, and that responsibility falls on our traditional governance structures for us, and is rooted in this ecological landscape. And I think that if we give space to that and explore that further, all of the things that we struggle with for the Delta are really housed in the idea of what our ecological connections are to place. And I think I'm at time, so I'll turn it over. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that story, Don. Really appreciate you taking the time to be here and to share that with us. I think everybody got a lot out of that. I know I did. I wrote down a few notes throughout. So thank you very much, Don. Appreciate you being here.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Next up, we have Tama Brisbane. Tama Brisbane is the City of Stockton's 4-time Poet Laureate. She is also the founder and director of With Our Words Incorporated, a nonprofit slam poetry collective. With Our Words trains young writers and creates performance opportunities for them. Since 2004, Brisbane has made With Our Words Stockton's and Central Valley's foremost presenter of youth development and leadership programs through literary and performing arts. She has created safe spaces for young people to express themselves through written and spoken word, and provided opportunities for at-risk youth to connect the dots between literacy, critical thinking, social action, and community results. With that, I'll hand it over to Tama Brisbane.
So how does a poet come to be an adaptive management summit? Let's see if we can answer that question. I was appointed to be Stockton's inaugural Poet Laureate in 2015. I've been the executive director of With Our Words since 2004. I have been a National Youth Poetry Slam coach since 2008. And here's what I can tell you about the young people in Stockton. They know they're from Stockton. They know they're from the 209. They know they're from Fat City. They know they're from Tulleyburg. They even know that they're from Mudville. You know what they don't know? They don't know that they're from the Delta. We don't have adaptive in our DNA in Stockton. I read the definition of adaptive as fluidity, and it breaks my heart, because when it comes to forward movement, when it comes to fluidity, Stockton, even though it's in the Delta, behaves more like a glacier. It's big, it's white, it's cold. It moves a few centimeters every few years towards progress. There is a working vocabulary of environmental justice and social action that our young people are still not conversant with. I was at a meeting just earlier this week with our mayor, our city council person, and we were talking about water issues. We were talking about Delta issues, and the words, here we go. Flood bonds, property assessments, levee improvements, 100 and 200-year floodplains, cost benefit ratios, reclamation district, acre feet, C&M benefits, levee breach analysis, flood depths. And these are all vocabulary words, and I see the nodding of heads because you are familiar with that. I can tell you that communities of color and the youth inside those communities of color and marginalized communities, these are SAT words to them. These are academic words to them. There is not a nexus yet for connecting our young people to the work that's necessary to accomplish the goals that we're setting in motion here. And so when we think about adaptive management, and all of you that are representing organizations and nonprofits, and I want you to think about your ecosystems and raise your hand if you have more than 5 people under the age of 21 in your organizational ecosystem. I'll wait. And therein lies the problem. We are opening, we are becoming expansive. The moment is right, the time is now, and we're not doing the necessary work because we are so adult-centric. We are still just a tad too white. One of the most profound things a young person said to me was 15 years ago, and he said, Mama T, because that's what they call me, said, Mama T, I'm too busy being brown to be green. Well, shit. What do you do when that kind of gospel is dropped on you? You've got to take a look at what it is you're doing and who are we doing this work for? And how do we bridge the gap in a place like Stockton that's 51% female and 48% under the age of 40. That means young people, they don't have next, they have right now. And we need to be cognizant of that, and we need to be making sure that we are populating our work and our organizations and our initiatives, and we need to be making places for young people at the table to have these conversations. When given the opportunity, when given the vocabulary, young people, people of color, people from marginalized communities will rise to the occasion every single time. I watched 2 young women, teenagers, sit up all night long sharing a laptop because they knew that they were about to go and give testimony in front of a water agency, and they knew they were going to be the only 2 people of color in the room talking about Stockton and the Delta. And they went and they did their job. They changed a vote. They changed a vote with just the most rudimentary vocabulary, but there is energy. There is a willingness to participate. And when you talk about young people wanting to participate in environmental justice, that means that they've got to add a word. They all know about justice. They all know what it means to be roses trying to grow from concrete. What they don't know is what it means to be tule reeds next to the river. They're not used to adding environmental to justice because they're still working with the justice part. Young Black and brown men are thinking about the environment. They themselves are an endangered species. So when we talk about doing this adaptive management, getting our local governments, our state agencies, our federal agencies to move towards the goals that we want to see, we've got to make room. We have to make room for young voices. And that's why there's a poet laureate standing in front of you. I'm going to actually read you. Yes, you came to a poetry reading. But this is the background. This poem was written by a 16-year-old in 2010. She is now a teacher inside one of our largest school districts. Every year that I have taken a SLAM team to the international level, it is a requirement that we take pieces talking about Stockton, where I'm from, but also talking about what it means to be from the Delta. And I tell them you have to write from the perspective of the soil that's growing you. So now, mind you, there are certain things going, let me take you back to 2010, kind of think back of what was going on, but this is a 16-year-old. I am a resident of Stockton, California, the southern sister of Sacramento, the baby cousin of the Bay Area. That was the standard reply number 1 5 years ago when I was 11, when it was 2005. When George W. Bush was 9 months into a presidency he shouldn't have even won in the first place. And Katrina wrecked Louisiana's 9th Ward, her levees broken like the wings of a fallen angel. Disaster sounded like a drowning jazz band. Like I said, that was the standard reply 5 years ago, and it's still widely acceptable today because no one knows the San Joaquin Valley, Bakersfield, Fresno, Merced, Modesto, Manteca, Stockton. We feed you. 20 million tons of your produce is produced within my home soil, fertile like 17-year-old baby daddies without a condom. The Delta, the heart of my city, is soon to be broken like teenage hearts, after broken condoms lead to pregnancies, which lead to broken futures. Like broken levees lead to broken economies, which lead to broken futures. Fast forward 5 years and you will know us as Katrina's big bitch of a sister. She may have been spinning sorrow and pain through the center of her eye, but she was solo suicide. And we have Columbine and Virginia Tech double helix into our spines. Weston Ranch is on the south side, built damn near entirely on levees and is predominantly populated by African-American people. So every fall we play Russian roulette, dodging droplets like bullet shots on the east side, the north side, where crimson norteños and cobalt sereños beat and box purple rhythms into each other's skin. The west side, where Bloods and Crips turn streets into blood-filled crypts, except nobody cares when the population is killing itself. But I know for damn sure you sure will care if you don't get your strawberries, cherries, almonds, walnuts, broccoli, or any of the other dozen crops we grow in the San Joaquin Valley. Our levees are slowly crumbling with age, like the bones of grandmothers, letting paranoia seep through like raindrops with each storm. They were supposed to fix this. They told us a change was gonna come. These past 5 years, we've waited, hoping that change doesn't look like death, doesn't taste like waterlogged street corner fruit stands. We are praying that change will not sound like submerged suburbs, hoping that thunder won't boom like God's pistol, spraying precipitation like bullets when his skies open up and pour, because I don't know if FEMA will help us either. Our crops aren't predisposed to endure a single day of disaster, let alone sit underwater for 3. I don't want to live in the next New Orleans. Katrina deserves to be an only child. We don't have to be her big bitch of a sister. We are the southern sister of Sacramento, baby cousin to the Bay Area, a fat, violent, miserable city, home of the foreclosure crisis. And I would rather keep it that way. That is 16-year-old Alyssa Langworthy, with just 3 weeks of workshopping what it means to be from the Delta, what it means to live in Stockton. And she's fusing everything that we're talking about at this summit. All of the change that needs to happen. This was written in 2010. And we're still looking at some of the same issues. We're still worried about floods in Stockton. Weston Ranch is still populated predominantly by African Americans. And adaptive management is a theory where I live. I think we can do better. I think we are here to do better. I think that with work and collaboration and being mindful, because we all like to practice mindfulness, being mindful that the generation behind you is right behind you. They're not in the distance, they're right behind you. And I can go back home and tell the next marginalized, gay, prison impacted resident, young resident from a community of color, it's okay to be brown and green, because I was with some people today who understand that in order to grow a grassroots movement, in order to harvest the efforts and the resources and energies that you are pooling together, you're gonna have to disturb the soil. So please, disturb the soil. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Tama, for that really moving story and the encouragement for us all to disturb the soil. I think that's a piece that I'll certainly keep in mind moving forward. I hope we all hold on to that. So thank you very much to Tama and to Don for their stories during that session. I hope that those stories really help center us on the sorts of themes that we want to talk about throughout the day. But now we'll move on to our keynote presentation, which will be given by Diane Burgis. Diane Burgis is a council member of the Delta Stewardship Council, Contra Costa County Supervisor, and Chair of the Delta Protection Commission. And she'll be talking to us about her career and the importance of equity in governance. Come on up. So I'll just advance the slides here.
Okay. Okay.
Actually, yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Can I call you Mama T? Thank you, Mama T. And Don, thank you for your story. I just want to thank our storytellers for grounding us today. And with the lovely welcome songs I missed from the Shingle Spring Band of the Miwok Indians. It's a privilege to be here with you to participate in today's event, to help orient the panel discussions that will follow. We have an exciting group of people assembled to help tackle the big questions. What are the governance needs for equitable adaptation in a dramatically changing Delta watershed? So when staff asked me to speak, I was extremely flattered. This is a really interesting topic, something that I've worked on for a long time. And then I was very intimidated because I wanted to not waste your time standing up and just talking. So I have a unique experience with understanding adaptive management and governance in my own background, and that's why I'm here. Currently, I serve on the Board of Supervisors in Contra Costa County, representing 1.2 million people. And in my little district, about 250,000 people on the Delta. I also serve on the Delta Protection Commission and have the privilege of serving as the chair of the Delta Protection Commission, which gives me a position on the Delta Stewardship Council. I also serve on the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta Conservancy. I'm the chair of the Habitat Conservancy of East Contra Costa, and I could go through a list. I think it's like 30 different committees that I sit on. Not all of them are environmental or water, but I'm up to here in governance. Previously to serving in all these different roles, I also served on the board of directors for the Delta Protection or the East Bay Regional Park District. I served as a city council member. I was on the board for the Friends of San Francisco Estuary. I was involved with the Contra Costa Watershed Forum. And for about 10 years, I was the executive director of Friends of Marsh Creek Watershed. Marsh Creek is a watershed, second largest, but it's a tributary, second largest in Contra Costa, tributary to the Delta. And so I took this job knowing nothing about water quality, restoration, planning, all of those things. But I'm also a resident of the Delta. I live about 2 blocks from the Delta. I get to watch the seasons change and the cargo ships go by and the kayaks, and I get to ride my bike along there, blast a kite in the Delta. And I grew up playing in creeks. So I got to put my hands in the water and squish my toes in the mud. And I got to see what would happen when I moved things around. So when I come here before you, I'm a lot of different things. I have lots of different relationships. But I've started off as a little scientist and as a champion for protecting our environment. So going back to adaptive management governance, as with any big question, it's important to approach this with a clear understanding of what we know and what we don't know. And if you get nothing else from me today, I encourage you to embrace what you don't know. And not with fear, but with enthusiasm. And an understanding that we simply don't know what we don't know. And this relates to this quote by Albert Einstein. I show this to my grandkids, to my kids, to my friends. It's given me something of comfort for whatever reason. And that is, if what's inside this circle is what you know, the line around it is what you don't know. And as you know more, there's a lot more that you don't know. Isn't that exciting? It's not insulting. It's not, you're not less than, you're more than. The more you know, the more you don't know. And when we can go into these things with this approach, it's a way of also thinking about adaptation, not just the systems that we're working on, but within ourselves and how we approach the work that we do and how we confront ever-present changes in our own awareness and in the world around us. And this isn't just an imperative as collaborators. It's also identified in the Delta Plan's adaptive management regulations. Adaptive management is a science-based structure approach to improving our understanding of the problems and uncertainties of environmental and water management required by the Delta Plan. And what this provides us with is one path for operationalizing adaptation. Adaptation is often thought of in the context of like climate change, but it's also across our ecosystems restoration or farming, urban planning, landscape design, and many other fields to account for the constant change that defines our world. I'll just say my life is a whole adaptive management project. I have used it throughout my whole life. And even as a county supervisor, we had to use it for COVID. So I wanted to throw some cool pictures in here. You see a fish ladder, you see a salmon jumping out of the water, you see one of our signs. As the executive director of Marsh Creek, I took on this job where we were an environmental group that people were kind of afraid to interact with. That meant that there was going to be possibly some things that they were going to have to do to change. It was going to cost them money. It was going to change their projects. And so they didn't want to interact. And so the first thing we did was we built our support system based on different people's interests. And Mama T, you would have loved the program that I had. I had a bunch of kids from high schools that were special ed, foster, homeless, and I was getting them out, getting their hands dirty, and then putting them in front of people, teaching them how to be advocates. It was really cool. And as a result, after 10 years, what used to be where houses were built with these big cinder block walls dividing these developments, the newer houses that were being built were turned towards the creek. The the trails were incorporated into the communities because they saw the value. And that was something that was really a big change in the governance in how they approached it. They saw that there were benefits and it was worth the investment. That salmon, we didn't have salmon in Marsh Creek, but we got that fish ladder. And about a year after that fish ladder got built, and I look really good in waders, by the way. I'm short, but I look really good in waders. We had salmon swimming up Marsh Creek. It was exciting. And this is from a video where we actually saw it jump out. It was really cool. Let's see. This is a project that we worked on early on, and this is a creek restoration project. The channel was engineered in the 50s for an agricultural community to help prevent flooding. And it was very effective at conveying the water from one place to another to help prevent flooding. But in that time, since the 50s, a city was born, more growth happened, and what the flood control district realized was that the project that was there, that they had built, was no longer effective. That it wasn't going to be able to protect the people that were there, but now they thought, we were able to convince them that instead of having an engineered channel that was not going to be friendly to critters or to help water quality or all of these things, a naturalized channel would work. And so with our help, we were able to create projects like this. And down the road, we were able to convince more developers to do these kind of projects along Marsh Creek. And this is the Dutch Slough project. And I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with this. This project's in my district. It's actually right down the street from me. And it's a 1,200 acre wetland restoration project that the Department of Water Resources brought on. And this was started 30 years ago. And if you look at this, this is just so striking. You need to imagine that one, none of those houses were there 30 years ago, pretty much. And there wasn't even a city there 30 years ago. And the flood control district was still putting in these trapezoidal channels. And today we have a community. What's happened in those 30 years is that, and they knew these houses were going to be built, but they didn't know all the other stuff. We don't know what we don't know, right? We don't know who's going to be interested in what we're doing. We don't know who we should have included. But this project came along because it was adaptive. 10 years ago, this community that has grown up since this project started, they were very, very invested in saving legacy vines that were on this property that were going to be taken out. And the Department of Water Resources had to, they couldn't have accounted for this community coming in and wanting to do this and all that, but they had to adapt to it. And that's what happened. We need to be aware that not only when we're looking at something that moment, we need to account for the changes that are going to happen. So I think our storytellers really said it best, but we have to create more folks that find their voice. We need to help people feel ownership. We have to recognize that the maps that we draw are not the maps of our Native American folks. We need to understand that there are voices that don't know that they have a voice. And so we need to have the ability to account for that. So that means creating more advocates. That means giving people representation, bringing those lessons in and expanding on them. It's a continued theme. You never stop. And inclusiveness and adaptation involves asking the question, who's not at the table, or who's going to be at the table down the road? The ability to adapt and who benefits from adaptation is dependent on has dependence on the governance system. And so as an elected leader and as people that vote, you need to make sure that people are getting elected that are going to be considering all those things. You want people that are going to practice respect and consideration and humility and an earnest commitment to the goal. I see a lot of symbolic acts sometimes, and I really feel like sometimes it's kind of frustrating. It's very frustrating. We know that tribes, communities of color, and low-income communities have repeatedly been asked to bear a disproportionate burden from the impacts of environmental hazards and have been systematically excluded from decisions and governance systems that directly impact their health and well-being and their quality of life. The path towards justice is long, it's complicated, and it requires hard work, reflection, humility, and cooperation. And I could throw a bunch more words in there, but I think you got it. And increasing inclusiveness is a major need for adapting our governance system. And I liked this picture because this was a project, this is the Upper Sand Creek Basin, and you see folks with buckets. We wanted to plant all these trees, and that was based on knowing that the rains would come at certain times of the year. And then that particular year, we had a drought. And so we had to adapt. We had to go use our buckets to go pull water out to water our plants. And that's just, it's a picture, but it's what we need to do with each other. We need to find where our resources are and share those resources so that they can have a voice. So that's one of the main goals, is increasing inclusion and asking what can we do to increase collaboration to allow for more equitable, adaptive outcomes. How does governance support collaboration for adaptation? How does it get in the way? Today, we'll hear from a wide range of speakers with different experiences and perspectives on how we tackle the issues that have come up this morning and beyond. Across today's panels, we encourage you to ask questions and interact with speakers to learn. I encourage you to think proactively about how you could collaborate with different groups. I hope you get something wonderful from today. Thank you.
All right, well, a big thank you to Supervisor Burgis, all of our speakers from this morning. We really appreciate you all taking the time to be here and help us set the stage. We will be reconvening at 10:30. So again, the bathrooms are that way. Code is on the whiteboard back there. And we look forward to our first panel that's going to be looking at governance needs for adaptation in the Delta. So we'll see you back here at 10:30. Thanks for your patience, everybody, while we navigate our hybrid reality here. Much appreciated. All right. So thanks, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your break, both virtually and in person here. We're excited to reconvene with our first panel of the day, which is governance needs for adaptation. And so I am going to hand you off now to our moderator, Nusha Ajami from Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory to get this panel started. Thank you, Nusha.
Hi, everyone. Hard acts to follow. So now I'm like, I would just say, it is great to be in a meeting that the first hour is dedicated to grounding ourselves and thinking about what really matters. And that's not a very common thing, as you mentioned in your very interesting segment. I think it's, we are often, scientists get together, huddle, we talk about things the same way we always talked about them. And we think we're using our time efficiently because we're doing that. So I think I just want to say this goes back to all the dedication and time the staff here has put to putting this together and being very thoughtful about engaging and including everybody. And I really do feel privileged to have a chance to run this wonderful panel of diverse backgrounds and perspectives. One thing I would just say is often when people talk, so I'm Nusha Ajami, I'm the Chief Development Officer for Research at Lawrence Berkeley National Labs Earth and Environmental Sciences area. You might wonder why would I be the moderator for this session? I actually have been working on water and environmental governance for almost 20 years. From different perspectives and different positions, and often I see our the policies and the governance structures that we have is through an evolving process. We are constantly adapting, but the question is in which direction and how does that adaptation impacts different people. And one thing that's real is, as an engineer, and I'm an engineer, we have engineered our way out of our environmental limitations. We have built a lot of infrastructure that would enable us to have access to resources in different ways, and we have built a lot of rules and regulations and governance structures around those infrastructure to enable us to manage them effectively. Now, the question is effectively and efficiently for who, and who is benefiting from that management strategy, and who is involved, and who has been at the table before, and who is at the table now. Obviously, that rigidity is something we carry over. I always say we live in a world that's defined by 19th century laws and governance structure, 20th century infrastructure, and we are facing 21st century challenges. It's not just climate change, but also population growth, environmental degradation, and access and environmental justice and access and affordability of water and resources we depend on. So it's quite multidimensional. And we are in a point in time that there's so many opportunities to rethink and reimagine how we manage our infrastructure. A lot of our infrastructure is at the end of its lifetime. We define the word infrastructure very rigidly. If I ask you what is infrastructure, many of you might say, think about the pipes and a pump and a dam and a road and everything in between. But the reality is a lot of those are mimicking the natural processes that we depend on, and they're just trying to enhance those. So everything that you see around you in many ways is an infrastructure that you depend on, the human beings that are helping you to move things around, the tree that's grown outside of this building, the park that your children enjoy, all of those are part of our infrastructure system that we have to value and cherish and take care of. And we also have to learn how to manage our natural infrastructure and green infrastructure alongside our rigid and gray infrastructure. And as part of that, the process of adaptation comes into play a lot more, a lot brighter, because we are not used to thinking about infrastructure that way, and we are not used to managing infrastructure that way. You know, we think about Delta, it's an infrastructure and a natural system, right? Where the both two of them meet, but we are actually managing it very much as a sort of like a rigid infrastructure, trying to move water around and making sure that we meet our obligations that we have set on this system, that some of them are not realistic. So to get this conversation going, I have 5 fantastic panelists here, bringing perspective from different angles. And as Dylan mentioned, our goal is to kind of have this conversation around what is the governance needs when it comes to adaptation. And with me, I have Kathy Marcinkiewicz. Is it Marcinkiewicz? Sorry, I practiced this and I still butchered it. Who is the Assistant Regional Administrator for the Office of the Central Valley Office of National Marine Fisheries Service. I also have Dave Mooney, who is the Bay Delta Office Manager for the Bureau of Reclamation. Gloria Alonso Cruz, hopefully I did not butcher that one, who is the Environmental Justice Advocacy Coordinator for Little Manila Rising. And I have Ivan Senak. Hope I did that fine too. Okay, perfect. Believe me, with someone who's doesn't have a regular name, I know how it feels to have your name butchered. Buena Vista, he's a People and Cultural Resources Director for Buena Vista Rancheria of Miwok Indians. And Michael George, who is the retired Delta Water Master. And with that, I'm going to start with my set of questions that we have put together with the panel to get this conversation started. So all of you are here bringing a lot of different perspectives, and I would like to give each one of you about 5 minutes to provide some opening thoughts on what your role is and how it interacts with environmental governance, and where does adaptation comes into play in your role. And I think I want to start with Ivan, and if you want to come up, because I know you have a set of slides, which is fine. The idea was not to have slides, but Ivan has them, which is great. We are adapting to the new reality, but don't feel if you don't have a presentation, you missed anything. So Ivan, please, thank you.
Thank you for that. I know we weren't supposed to bring slides, but my name is Ivan Sinok. I am the TIPO, and for those of you who don't know what that is, I am the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer. That is a federal designation. My colleague is the State Historic Preservation Officer, who is housed in this building as well. I have a federal trust responsibility on all of Buena Vista's lands to ensure the protection of tribal cultural resources. But I'm also the Cultural Resource Director, and there's a reason for the separation of those two titles, but we can get into my CV a little bit later, because I am a representative and visuals are infinitely more powerful than the words that I say. Buena Vista Rancheria is a federally recognized tribe through the government that oversees 5 counties. I oversee multiple programs. I wear many hats, and this is my daily life. I not only deal with restoration, the environment, tribal cultural resources, which are defined as anything with cultural significance to Buena Vista Rancheria, be it water, be it ancestral remains. I deal with language programs. I oversee a cultural center. I deal with repatriation and what the United Nations and the federal government has determined is traditional ecological knowledge. That term was started by scientists. I am myself a social scientist. I'm a cultural anthropologist, but that is not an indigenous origin term. So I would like to recognize that here. The words that I say here today, the presentation that I have, the very short, is something that I am authorized to say as a delegated authority on the matter by Buena Vista, but it's also words that elders have told me to say. California is a very unique state. I love it. I grew up here from high school onwards, but it is home to 109, 111 federally recognized tribes. And as we all know, that's a pretty big number, but unfortunately, that's only half. There's about 100 unrecognized tribes, unrecognized groups due to colonialism, dispossession, settler colonialism, and especially the gold rush. Each have their own sovereignty. So as a representative of a nation, I'm speaking to other representatives here. Buena Vista Rancheria, as a federally recognized tribe, is at or above the state of California in its sovereignty. We negotiate with the federal government, we negotiate with the state government, we enter consultations with local governments, as is our responsibility to oversee and protect. Each have their own capacity, their own government structures. Buena Vista is not Shingle Springs. Shingle Springs is definitely not Buena Vista. They have their own government structures, they have their own processes. We also have our own capacity. And so as we're thinking of this term governance, as we're thinking about who to engage and who to bring to this table, we have to recognize the diversity, especially here on this level, because sovereignty, government to government, have legal ramifications, have respect ramifications, have cultural ramifications. But something that I see very well in a lot of tribal liaisons is admitting your ignorance. If you do not know how Buena Vista operates, you can ask me. I will not be insulted. The people I work with will not be insulted. Please ask the questions you do not know, because we will happily give them to you. I will happily invite you to ceremonies. I will bring you to the cultural center. I will teach you the things that you do not know. However, on the flip side, if you know these things, if you know your legal obligations and you ignore them, then it becomes neglect, and that becomes terrible. Everybody keeps talking about the Delta, but I would like to reorientate us. Dr. Don Hankins kind of spoke earlier, and I've been hearing that knowledge keeper speak since I was a child. The Delta is a watershed. So when everybody from the state and federal governments are talking about the Delta, they're talking about that little red triangle. When I speak of the Delta as a representative of Buena Vista, that is what I'm speaking of, from Pitt River to Tulare Lake. North to south, bigger than the state of California, because that's where the watersheds are. The federal government recognizes the watershed as the Sacramento-San Joaquin watershed. And when I speak of these things, I speak from the tribal knowledge perspective, which is on the same level as science, but is also a valid thing in all tribal governments. We spoke a lot about historical framing, and I do not want to bore you. Theses, master's theses, doctoral dissertations have been written about the history of California. If you would like to know them, I will be happy to give them. But there is a very long history. I was in a meeting on Tuesday, and I told the state water board that they're new kids on the block, because they are. Archaeology and anthropology puts people here in California 10 to 15,000 years ago. In some spots, longer in others. For tribes, that's time immemorial. All of time, all of existence. They can point to the exact hills, the exact waterways, the exact plants that they came from, that their entire generations before them have come from, and every generation after them will return to. So I'd like to frame this that way. Tribal engagement is important. And that's why I'm here. I'm a representative. I'm speaking to other representatives. We are collaborators and coworkers and colleagues. And afterwards, there is no after. I like the adaptive management circle. It reminds me a lot of the emergency management planning P that really just continues to go around. But this is a relationship. There's a relationship between Buena Vista and the Delta Stewardship Council. There's a relationship between the state of California and Buena Vista. And every other tribe has that relationship. It may be sleeping, it's not gone, but it's still there. And these are things that we need to continue and to engage with. So let's build this relationship. Let's go further. For those of you who have seen these slides before, I will continue to say these slides until the day I retire, because I want to continue these relationships. I want to build these things. I want to see every single one of you at our fall dance in November. They're open to the public. We love to have people out there. We love to engage with people because people don't know. And we're willing to teach you and work and involve in adaptive management and adaptive governance together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Ivan. I really appreciate it. Two things, discussions and ask questions. I took that away. I think it's a continuous discussion that we all should have. And I for one, always believe that people should always ask questions, because that's where how we become closer to each other and learn more about each other. With that, Gloria, floor is yours.
It's a difficult follow-up for sure. But thank you everyone for having me here. I am representing the Manila Rising. I have are we answering the first question?
Yes.
Yes.
So do you want me to repeat the first question? So basically the question is, tell us a little bit about your work and how adaptive management comes into play, or adaptive governance comes into play. Where are you working?
So I have been representing environmental justice communities since prior to the pandemic, since I graduated from high school. So my work is not as extensive. I don't have a lot of expertise as other folks sitting at the table, but I do have a lot of passion for the work that I do, because I represent my family and I represent the community members living in Stockton. So the work that I've done has emerged while I was doing air pollution advocacy in Stockton. Stockton suffers from high percentiles of pollution burden, and you can reference Calamary's screen for this. I'm pretty sure everyone here knows that already, but this is a compounding effect. It is not just air pollution, it's also water pollution. And it extends over to even canopy coverage and a bunch of other injustices. So we have a legacy that we have to overcome in various elements of our livelihoods. So just to answer the question, a few of the government needs that I have identified while engaged in this work has been collecting data and making sure that the data collection is continuous and that it informs community members in a timely manner that will protect public health and enable them to advocate on behalf of the communities that they live in. And as an example, I'll provide you something that I have worked with closely, that is not just air pollution during the heat waves and during bad California fires, but also cyanobacteria blooms in the waterways in the Delta watershed. So these cyanobacterial blooms are really predominant during the heat waves, and they become a really huge challenge for our communities to try and collect data, because you have to expose community members to the high temperatures and also expose them to being in close contact to the pollution. So that is a challenge, particularly because regardless of having this environmental hazard happening in the Delta watershed, people are still recreating and they are unaware of the environmental conditions and the socio-environmental challenges that are layering this phenomenon. So that's the first question.
Thank you.
I'll pass it to the second person, which is
Kathy. Thank you so much.
All right, good morning. Still, I think it's morning. Appreciate being here today, and also appreciate not being immediately after Mama T. Thank you very much. So I'll load that up directly. But it's been a really inspiring session so far. So I'm Kathy Marcinkevich. I am the Assistant Regional Administrator for NOAA Fisheries Central Valley Office. So I oversee the science and regulatory work that we do here in Sacramento, covering the whole Central Valley. And we, our mission at NOAA Fisheries within Central Valley is to advance and implement our actions to protect and recover listed species, threatened and endangered species here in the Central Valley, specifically salmon, sturgeon, and steelhead. So that's what we work on. I interface with various actions and operations, mostly dealing with, the aquatic environment, given that we are no fisheries throughout the Central Valley on a day-to-day basis on projects big and small. And given the weather whiplash and drought to deluge, we encounter that need to be adaptive quite frequently. And there's never a dull season anymore. It seems like we used to kind of have like these years we could glide by, and now it just seems like, there's always some decision that needs to be made kind of on a quick turn and figuring out how do we deal with the situation that we're in now. But I'm thinking through a little bit of, the governance needs that I've, identified in my work that make adaptation effective. As I thought through this a little bit, I landed in this place where I don't really have an answer that gets us into this kind of, structural or process component. It's actually more of a human component, and that's building relationships and trust. And, I say that recognizing that there's this part of me that's like, Kathy, that's really trite. And, how do you make that actionable? And how do you write that into your governance framework? But there's this bigger part of me that has recognized that the places where I've seen innovation and creativity and forward thinking, and kind of pushing the boundaries is in the arenas where there are solid relationship foundations, where there is trust. And the places where I've seen things kind of spin and kind of get hung up is where there's some underlying issues. And, there's just some almost like personal dynamic stuff to get through to enable the group to get to where they need to go. And it's hard to be in those places, right? It's hard to build trust. It means you have to be vulnerable. It means you have to maybe be taking a risk and put yourself out there. And none of us, naturally want to go in those places because that's kind of uncomfortable. But I think I found that that's kind of really what I'm finding it takes. And I'm wondering if maybe some of this is augmented by kind of coming out of COVID. I'm glad to see people here. I recognize we have people online too, but we're all kind of coming back into this personal interaction space. It's a little weird and awkward. But I think for me, I've also found that that's kind of augmenting for me this need for building those relationships to do the good work we all want to do together. And it's a little harder to do virtually, totally possible, but I think that 2.5 years or 3 years away, for me, kind of, it used up that relationship capital that I had built up with others. And, you build up that relationship capital throughout your career by working with folks. And if they only last so long, you don't keep replenishing it, right? It's like putting energy into any relationship, be it your family, your friends, or partner, or whatever, you have to tend to that. And I think if you don't, you kind of, risk that opportunity to really do great things together. So I think, ultimately, I don't know, again, part of me feels like that's kind of a trite answer, but I found in places where we want to do something kind of bold or do something that is a little outside of the bounds, that is adaptive, that's a little bit of an X factor, is having that trust within the group that you're working with and building that kind of community and relationship so that you all know where you're coming from and you have that confidence in moving forward. All right, thank you. Next, I pass to Dave.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thanks, Kathy. My name is Dave Mooney. I manage Reclamation's Bay Delta office. So our responsibility is really largely a coordination role for many of the Fish and Wildlife project purposes of the Central Valley project. So that's the federal dams, Shasta, Folsom, New Melones, Bryant, and the export facilities. We're a little bit of a special type of office with reclamations, and that we don't maintain or operate those facilities. My office is primarily scientists, natural resource specialists that look at our National Environmental Policy Act compliance. So those are big environmental impact statement documents. We do our Endangered Species Act coordination, or do Kathy's groups. And then we have our Anadromous Fish program that we work very closely with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on, Direct Water Supply program, and SEMA modelers, and then we manage a large portion of the federal government's investment in the Bay Delta and the Central Valley. So it's a pretty daunting task for me in a lot of ways. I have a lot of great staff that help out. Something that in preparing for this panel over the past couple of weeks, it got me thinking in a lot of the decision spaces that I'm in, looking around and just understanding that a lot of this work is done at the agency level. They're my agency partners there. And I kept thinking like there's really something to needing to find other ways to have other groups in the room and more ideas at the table and more of a role in that decision making. So just by having me on this panel, I've been thinking about that, but I can't say I have a great solution to that yet. In like trying to look at it a little bit from the federal role and the federal perspective on some adaptive needs, I think that's something that I would benefit a lot from is an expanded use of looking at different alternatives. So different ways of accomplishing goals, objectives, and interests. I think it provides an opportunity for people to have a voice in coming up with creative ideas, having them evaluated, having them considered. We have some frameworks for doing that. We're not always great at providing access to them. We're fully considering them. That's something as I was trying to figure out, well, what could we do to maybe bring more people in there? I think we get a lot of initiatives. We have our groups that come up with one way of doing things, and quite frequently there are other ways and other opportunities and other things to consider that can maybe grow the pie and work for more people.
Thank you so much. Michael.
Good morning. I'm Michael George, and in January I retired after 2 terms, 8 years as the Delta Water Master. So on this panel, I represent a certain kind of diversity, which is I'm the has-been.
Don't say that.
I'm grateful to have at least an hour's opportunity to be relevant again. But I was particularly pleased with your scroll up there saying, you know, after is just part of now. So maybe being a has-been is relevant again. In any case, I have been thinking about this adaptive management problem throughout the time that I was Delta Water Master. It's the first time I'd ever been a governmental representative, first government job I'd ever had. And so I stepped in trying to learn how to be a good bureaucrat and figure out all the guardrails and so forth that are imposed on us for very good reasons. You know, in very complex systems, we have had a tendency to entrust management to technocrats, to specialists. And as Supervisor Burgis said, one of the outcomes of that, one of the matters of collateral damage is what she called systematic exclusion. By putting these complex management, discovery, communication, and operations into the hands of bureaucrats, technocrats, specialists, we have systematically excluded people who don't have specialized knowledge. And so one of the big challenges we have is overcoming all of that accumulated collateral damage over time. And to do so with respect to the fact that we do have infrastructure that is in many ways fixed and is embedded in a lot of processes that, you know, this civilization, this state of California, this conglomeration of sovereignty and interests and perspectives, you know, how we take those fixed principles and now incorporate different uses, different perspectives, and figuring out for whom it's operated. And I think those are really big challenges. I think we're going to get into some other questions here. They're going to talk about how do we get that done. But it's the issue of our time. And our time is, as Monty said, the young ones are right behind us. The old guys are about to leave the stage. And how we make that transition is critical for all of us.
Thank you so much. I think this was very illuminating personally for me. The words I heard, the interlinks between effects, compounding effects, trust and relationship building, which I think is quite essential. Different alternate, being vulnerable, which is I think very important. But I think another thing I wrote down was going beyond mission and vision. A lot of our agencies and state agencies or any organization you work for, or federal agencies, they all have very specific mission and vision that it's designed to be effective in a way, because you focus on one thing and you manage one thing and it makes it less messy. But we have created these fragmentations and silos across the board that doesn't allow dialogue that Ivan was talking about and doesn't create space to engage in the process as effectively as we want it to be. So it makes it a little bit less adaptive. And I really love what you said, Michael, on entrusting management to technocrats. I think that's a very good point. And I think we all have become very comfortable in identifying what is a specialty and what are the specialties we want at the table, right? Because, for example, as an engineer, I understand what other engineers say, and, it's easy. If the meeting starts, the meeting ends very easily. But when you bring people to the table, you have to be able to deal with perceived messiness of the process of engaging, having dialogue, hearing different perspective. And then at the end of the day, how do you put all that back together and turn it into a process that needs to put in place to do adaptive management? So having said all that, I would like to hear from all of you on what do you think are the barriers to adaptation? And then it comes to sort of governing a system, and how can we sort of overcome some of those? And we can start from the end. Go ahead, Dave.
Well, I think I put my notes out of order since Kathy and Michael covered a lot of what I was thinking of as barriers or challenges. I think I usually try to get a much narrower list, but I had like 5 or 7 items that I kept coming back to. But one I thought I'd talk about is really more one of some of the uncertainty that comes from the idea of adaptation. So in reclamation's a project agency, we have a lot of requirements on how we operate for multiple purposes, and we place an extremely high premium on reliability and dependability, and that's means that if things are changing, it's a little scary for us. Engineers in the background, and that's a big tough one. I think we already covered a little bit about some of the decision making is pretty siloed. I think we talked about the responsibilities for anadromous fish. I think reclamation is one of the new federal agencies that has at least part of our responsibility for water supply. And so we're making these decisions for these very specific purposes. And it's hard to come up with something that's shared and that looks across all those interests and across all those decisions, because ultimately Kathy's going to be the one that's relied upon to defend biological opinion. Reclamation is going to be the one that has to defend an operational decision. And so it kind of gets to these different spheres of influence that are really hard to bring together and to take shared responsibility for multiple outcomes. And I don't have a good solution, but hopefully somebody will. I also think that, you know, as we go through some of these adaptation processes, the criteria is not super clear on what are we trying to achieve. So if I go into a project, if I go into a consultation, it's not as easy to say if I do X, Y, Z, then I can operate to ABC with a certain fixed cost. We just don't know. And that's a lot of uncertainty. I think we're getting better. I talked a lot about the niche criteria, mostly behind Hankins' back. I like it. It's got a good framework. It's solid. It's got good guidance, sideboards. It's really hard to get all the information for it, but it's getting closer and closer to just understanding how do we think about the problems, how do we analyze the problems, and so it gives us a lot more of that shared understanding. But Kathy already talked about trust, and so I'll go into that anymore. But I do think the complexity that we have is truly outstanding. So we talked about all the infrastructure, and water can move all the way from the Oregon border down to the Mexican border, and that's means that we're interdependent, we're related, there are consequences. And tough to manage.
We had a hidden agenda here. We wanted to get Dave and Kathy on the same panel, then they can start the dialogue right now. So just joking, obviously. Michael, please go ahead.
So again, there are lots and lots of aspects of this. But if we're talking about adaptive management, that is that circle where you try something, you monitor it, you determine what works, what doesn't work, and you adjust to it. My view is that one of the biggest problems, you talked about messy process. The messy process that we got is, the administrative procedures, the permitting process, the rules that have been laid down by Congress and the legislature or other rulemaking and authority providing bodies. Those rules constrain a lot of what is possible. And yet we've got this weird thing in the Delta Reform Act 2009 that says we're supposed to adaptively manage in order to improve the environment. So in one sense, we got conflicting demands on all those technocrats. And now we're going to take that very rule-based, and it's not just rule-based, it's also budget-based. We think about who pays for reclamation's facilities and who therefore expects and has a legitimate, legally supported basis for getting service. Well, there's going to be some defense there of the way the system was set up, the way the payment mechanisms work, and the benefits that are required to flow from those. And so kind of the bottom line, we talked about and the sideboards and so forth. We have a system that excludes risk-taking. And yet adaptive management is specifically about trying something, seeing how it works, doing more of what works, less of what doesn't work. And yet our system excludes taking the risks that can teach us and help us to learn. And now we're appropriately adding to that complexity of bringing in entirely different voices who weren't admitted, who were systematically excluded in order to allow progress for the entities that were in charge. And so I think one of the reasons that I was invited here is because I've always been a skeptic about adaptive management. We talk about it all the time and we never do it because it is so constrained within our system. And that's kind of the conundrum that I think we're all struggling with. And now bringing new voices, new perspectives in. What are the expectations of those who have been excluded? And how can we, as a society, accommodate those new perspectives within the fixed system that we're trying to operate? So that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to turn that over to Kathy. You can do that.
I think y'all set me up pretty well though. So I think about that wheel, right? And where are the barriers to that wheel? Where are there opportunities to improve it? The three things I kind of coalesce around are assumptions, process, and risk. I think as we try to work through that adaptive management wheel, checking our assumptions is really important. You hear a lot of times like, well, we do it that way because it's always been done that way. Or the regulations don't allow us to do it some differently, or this group's gonna say no, or that group's interests are this, but this group's interests are that, and so where does that leave us? And I think carrying that forward kind of thwarts the creativity. You don't know what the answer is going to be unless you ask. And why has it always been done that way? And maybe it still needs to be done that way. We can explore where there are opportunities to tweak and what can be changed in the future. Where can I creatively look at those regulations, or are we really interpreting things the right way? And is there that rigidity, or is there some opportunity for some flexibility somewhere if we touch it the right way and kind of complete that cycle? So I feel like carrying forward those implicit assumptions really don't open that opportunity to look at these ways that we could move around that cycle and say, we're not maybe as constrained as we thought we were, or why are we constrained? And do we need to explore ways to eliminate that constraint in whatever mechanism that needs to be? Process, I think there's a need for clear process, transparency, identifying where we've got opportunities for various representation, so different groups know where they plug in and how and when their values are considered, even if they don't agree with the outcome. If we've got kind of a logical and thought out identification of the process, that can help, maybe not get buy-in, but at least get understanding to where things landed, and provide different groups with that assurance that they were considered and that they do have a place at the table. Our process doesn't have a place for them at the table, then we need to look at that and try to figure out where that should play. And then risk gets to the uncertainty components that they hit at. There's a fear of uncertainty, right? There's a fear of the unknown. There's a fear of litigation. These are all things that play into the calculus of making decisions as we move around that wheel. And we have to take risks to learn, right? It's hard to fail. It can be hard to go into the unknown. It can be daunting to be afraid that you may be at risk. You may be found at fault. But I think that you miss some opportunities by not being willing to identify where you maybe have that give and take, recognizing and hoping that you're working with some partners who know you're sticking your neck out there in a way, and they'll protect you or not hold you to it. But I think that uncertainty component, be it, all the various aspects of uncertainty, can really kind of solidify those constraints that I think we sometimes need to work through.
I don't know how to follow up on all that. In my experiences in the various hats and the various stations I've operated in my very short career as of yet, one of the biggest barriers I see is, and we can actually use some of the elders here, Michael. Like that's why we need to keep you around, is that siloing that was forced on you guys. You know the tips and tricks on how to get around it. I don't. And that's one of the things, that siloing process, I'm strictly thinking in a CEQA perspective, CEQA or NEPA perspective on the federal level. Tribes are brought into, and EJ communities as well. I often think of you guys as well. So when I say tribes, I mean EJ communities as well. They're often brought into the discussions too late. in sequel, when a project is going through its environmental impact review, they have to talk to tribes then. Not when they're designing the project, not when they're coming up with the ideas on how to manage a landscape that has been managed again since time immemorial. It's changed quite a bit since the Spanish came and put their missions here and Sutter discovered gold up in their hills. But let's try to find ways in talking with those with experience to stop those combative relationships. I don't want to be the bad guy. I've told countless people, and I'll tell everyone here, I would rather write 5 nice letters and have 5 good consultations than even go to one consultation where I have to be the bad guy. And I have to put dozens of people's jobs at risk. I have to minimize and delay or stop millions of dollars in a project. I mean, you pay consultants $10,000 to spend 4 hours on the ground, and I could have told you this in a 10-minute meeting. It's those combative relationships and silos that need to be broken. And I heard a good understanding of federal law in compared to California law. Federal law is the baseline. You should do as good as federal law. California law does a bit better. CEQA and NEPA. But we should always try to use those as baselines. Where can we do better? Where can we make this easier? Is that a personal phone call to Ivan when he's out in the middle of the boonies doing emergency management rescue training like I was yesterday? Because I'll tell you about a project. I'll tell you if it's a good idea or not, and that's free. That's free of charge. You can email me those questions as well. I'll tell you yes or no. But then once I have to send that nasty gram, or I have to take my project and hand it over to the lawyers, I don't like doing that as much as you guys like putting me in that position. And I know that's for EJ groups. They're stakeholders. What does a stakeholder mean? It means they have a vested interest in the ground. And so that late of bringing people to the table is the biggest barrier, I think, that needs to be broken down. And all of us in our careers, whether we're at the end or we're at the beginning, I would rather just start with a personal phone call. And that's why I like relationships so much. Another barrier is ignorance. And I'm so glad it's been repeated by those who came before me on this panel, those who came before me before I gave my presentation since the start. If you don't know, you don't know. We've been given history in our education, in our lives, in our experiences, and we need to recognize that that history is imperfect. The reporting of it is certainly imperfect. There's a reason why archival rooms smell like mold and gross things. I spent a week in one for my master's degree. I don't ever want to go back in that room. I don't ever want to send my daughter in that room. So the ignorance of not knowing, ignorance is not a bad thing. And those are the 2 barriers I've seen.
I think I'm pretty much just gonna echo what Ivan shared, because all the work that I have experienced doing environmental justice work in Stockton has been in relationship with outdated laws and policies, and this is tying it back to the socio-ecological framework that was included in the adaptive management circle, which continues to be referenced, and hopefully some of you all get to see it. And just to highlight it, these socio-ecological aspects have always been exclusionary. They have always been, as Ivan mentioned, like this tribal knowledge, which has been representative of ecosystem health, which trickles down to human ecosystem health, has been disregarded, even though it holds truth today. And so I think some of the barriers to adaptation that we have experienced is being reflected now with the environmental justice framework, since it is attempting to bring on diverse voices that put on the spotlight inequities. And so I feel that even though this framework is still relatively new, it holds a lot of value to collectively discuss the challenges from not just Indigenous sovereignty recognition, but also from isolated communities, linguistically isolated communities, immigrant communities, people of color who have lived and have experienced the environmental hazards for a long time, or even Indigenous communities that have been displaced from other parts of the world that now reside in the most affordable communities, like Stockton. So I think the new EJ framework, even though it is, again, still relatively new, it has a lot of power to foster knowledge and leadership, as has been demonstrated by the Manila Rising and Restore the Delta in its relationship to train new young people to collect ground truth data and make sure that the technologies that have been held back by technocrats who can be like scared about losing funding, etc., is in a positive relationship towards telling the truth about the environmental hazards that we're experiencing. So yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead. Did you have a closing thought? Sorry.
No, I was just gonna pass it to you.
Just wanted to say, one thing that sort of stayed with me is when I hear Gloria and Ivan talking, you're talking about communities and impact, right? When you're talking about the governance layer on the above it, is very much like, I deal with water, you deal with fish, I deal with this. I mean, it's just like very much fragmented. So it's very difficult to kind of translate the local impacts into a direct process that can then have a positive, solution in place. And I think the key, what we are all trying to accomplish is how do you reduce impacts, right? Sorry, that was for myself. So one thing I would say is, for example, many of us right now in this room are focusing on Delta and water, and there are energy solutions and carbon solutions that are being implemented across the board or being considered, and all of those have environmental impacts. But some of them would never knock at, maybe your door, George, or Dave, and they will have a significant impact on water and air quality when it comes to what Gloria does every day or Ivan deals with. So I think this process is quite, it's important to kind of figure out what are the impacts and how we translate that into action from top down. And one other thing I wanted to say, actually, Michael, you said you were not a big believer of adaptive management, but I think we are constantly adapting to change, right? Aren't we just constant? But the problem is we are reacting and adapting. You're not doing strategic adaptation. We are sort of like, disaster is coming, let's react. And I think that is sort of like a missing dial. Like, how can you actually turn that into proactive action? Then there is time to bring in voices in place. There's time to think through the process, think through the problems, think through the impacts, think through the decision-making process. And I think, Dave, you mentioned something on economic cost, and I think that's another big problem we have constantly. Whose economic cost are we measuring, right? Who is going to be impacted? What's the economic cost to the state? But what's the economic cost to an individual who is suffering or being impacted by this actions? So short-term thinking versus long-term thinking, all of that. So Michael, I see you want to say something, and I want to actually maybe ask a question as well. And you don't all need to answer it if you don't want to. But I believe that one of the missing links throughout this process is we don't have all the right data. We have a lot of data, but sometimes we don't have the right data. So as you're sort of thinking, I want to know, what do you think is the data that we have to collect to be able to better inform this process as we're thinking about involving? I constantly avoid the word engagement, because engagement was exactly what Ivan said. You invite people, they come, you check a box, done. we engage the community. Involvement is they're at the table, they're part of the decision-making process, they co-produce with you. So think about what data do you think you would have loved to have if you wanted to change things?
So I'm delighted to talk about data. It was one of the themes of my 8 years as Delta Water Master. But first, I want to go back to what I was eager to respond to in terms of what you were talking about. Yes, we are constantly adapting because the environment is changing rapidly, and we are having to deal with that. But Mother Nature doesn't have to get a permit.
Nope.
It floods or it's drought. You got a lot of water behind the dam, or you got not much. You've got high demand for hydroelectricity, or you're relying on carbon. Those things happen and they affect us, but we are very seriously constrained in how much change we can affect strategically. So I think, yeah, it's true that we are adapting every day, but the decision-making process is so constrained that we are always trying to catch up and rarely in a position to be strategic. So that's what I was itching to say. And now I get to talk a little bit about data, because one of the things that I think is critical to having additional perspectives represented in a decision development process, not necessarily a decision-making process, but through the process of figuring out where we're going to go, how strategically will we proceed? We are bringing into those conversations people whose voices are critical, but whose backgrounds are not as technical, as developed as those who are charged by law, subject to the lawyers coming in and litigating. And I acknowledge I'm a lawyer, so guilty. So one of the things that is really, really important is to have data sets that are kind of a single source of truth about facts. We can have difference of opinion about whose benefits are being shared, what's being taken away, what's being given, all that kind of stuff. But we ought to know what the facts are. And so a single source of objective information that is credible across many communities, that is timely. A lot of the data that we have, huge, the bookshelves grown with studies, but how do we make that, how do we change that found insight into usable information, so that we can have a discussion, so that we can build capacity in all the communities that need to be at the table, and we can have a rational conversation. So, for instance, in the Delta, 8 years ago, the system for reporting who uses water and when and for what purpose was awful. We did not know. And one of the big things that has happened in the last 8 years is that we've gone from thinking we got to measure every diversion to understanding we've got to capture passively and make available information on what water is leaving the system. That's a much more important thing to know in real time, what water is leaving the system in time to make decisions about it. So yeah, data are critical. We've got to invest a lot more money in it. We're always in a circumstance of finite resources and new emerging demands that need to be funded.
Thank you. Anybody else want to talk about the data we are not, or information we are not gathering? No?
Just like thumbs up it.
Yes, yes, you can do that. Thumbs up from Dave.
I'm going to give everybody a tip of the
swear that's gonna be the name of but I love that you say data and technical specialists, because in cultural resource management, under the Secretary of Interior standards, we have archaeologists, and archaeologists have a certain amount of semester hours, a certain classes they have to take. And just recently recognized in the TEK memorandum and internal memo that circulated on the federal level, the elders that I sit with are now recognized as technical specialists, because I may have gone to school for 10 years to do what I do. They've been living it for 50. And acknowledging that maybe that's cultural resources, but just a water is a cultural resource. Oaks are a cultural resource. And that technical expertise is out there. And there's a cultural process to access that information that I have to share that with you. But it's there. These are untapped reservoirs of knowledge that go deeper than most of us recognize. And there are laws, so find those laws. So that's why I like sitting with you, Michael, is sitting and talking. He's like, well, we need technical specialists. Well, here I have 5, according to these new laws. And recognizing that lived experiences of EJ communities count as well, because they've been here just as long as Spanish and the Americans have. And they may not have 30 generations, but they got 10, and that counts as well. I'm going to share a short story. I was on a consultation call, and I had an elder sitting there with me, and we were talking about tule restoration. And I got so hot under the collar when a biologist told me that he is helping the creek system by removing the tule. And that all of these native plants will come back and all of these things. I said, okay, we need to take a break right now. Let's come back in 5 to 10 minutes. And we'll discuss that fact right then and there. Because he insulted the elder sitting next to him, who said, when you remove tule, you have to sing a song, you have to gather it, you have to burn it, you have to engage with it. Is if you really want that tule rhizome to come back, to spread out and regrow like the biologist was arguing with me about, it has to be treated properly. And a year later, when they took it out, nothing grew back. And I drive by that water reservoir every day to work. And I pull over to the side of the road and I throw a little tule seed, a little logwort seed, and a couple other native species seeds that I gathered in that exact spot. So I hope it comes back. So yeah, let's sit down and talk more between my generation and yours, Michael.
Thank you.
I think that also part of the work that has been led by the environmental justice groups in Stockton has also been focusing on making sure that we have a wide, in terms of years, a wide variety of cyanobacteria in our waterways to make sure that that is interpreted accurately and that the risk assessment hopefully one day will be done, right? And that we will have a health indicator to prevent our community members from recreating there. But also, I think hearing from Ivan's stories, it is a painful experience that the most empowering stories are actually those of community members who have already been dispossessed of their livelihoods and don't have access to the landscape anymore. And so I go back to this tabling moment that I had with Restorative Delta during an air pollution event where we were promoting EV vehicles so that we could have a greater variety of electrical vehicles in the city, et cetera, right? And so we're tabling and we have elders come up to us and they talk to us about how the Delta has been such a precious asset to them and how they used to at one point recreate literally in the waterfront. They will swim in the waterfront and they will fish in the waterfront, and it was just a beautiful experience. So they built the arena next to the waterfront. And then that stuck with me, right? Because I'm tabling, so it's like story comes up, it's related to my work, it sticks with me. And then a couple of younger students who are like the age of 6 to 7 come up to us and they ask us about the work that we're doing. And we share with them what we're like advocating to restore the Delta. And they have no idea what the Delta is. They have an idea of what the movie theater across the waterfront is. They have an idea that the waterfront stinks. They have an idea that the waterfront looks green. That's pretty much all I have to say.
I think that's such an important thing. In the process of making life easier for people, we have disconnected them from the resources they depend on. And I always say, you ask many people where your water comes from. Often people don't know that it comes out of my tap. And that disconnection is not really helping us in any ways or means. If you want to think about it from a cultural perspective, it doesn't help us. If you think about it from an environmental perspective, it doesn't help us. If you think about financial perspective, it doesn't help us. So it's not helping anyone across the board, because when you are disconnected from the source and what it takes to access it, to use it and protect it, then people are not willing to either pay for it or take care of it, or they just don't know how to do that. So I think in the process, somehow we lost that connection to nature, and we certainly need to restore it in one way or another. Okay, so I have given 5 minutes, and I know we have gone a long time, but I couldn't resist asking all those questions and talking, big talker. So if you have any questions, please do raise your hands. Otherwise, I have more questions for our panel. If people on the audience who are online also have questions, please put your question in the chat. Questions, anybody? Oh.
This might be a question to you first and foremost, but also to the panelists. You mentioned the need to go beyond mission and vision of agencies. And should we be thinking about that rather as revising missions and visions? Just your broad thoughts.
I think yes, partly. Yes, okay, sorry. The question was, I mentioned in one of the comments I made that we have to go beyond the mission and vision of an agency in order to be a lot more inclusive and enable change and adaptation. And I think the question is, does that mean that we have to go back to the table and maybe rethink those missions and visions to make them a little bit different or rewrite them? And I quickly say, yes, but it's not easy, right? So that's why it's very important to kind of think a little bit bottom up. Some of this information and data, that's why one of the reasons I asked that question, because we can disrupt these systems in different ways. And one of them is, if you want to be more inclusive and if you want to deal with the social and environmental aspect of the decision-making process that has left social and environmental aspects aside, you need to have a different criteria, right? And the question is what those criteria needs to be. And I think that's why I was asking, what data are we not collecting? Because we are certainly collecting certain set of data that confirms that we are doing fine, or we are failing, but in certain areas. But any other, yes, please, Michael.
So the question Laurel asks, if the mission and vision of our agencies, governments, and so forth are not serving perceived needs, should we go back and remake the mission and vision and budget? Because money follows values. But imagine today trying to update the mission and vision of federal agencies in a completely dysfunctional, divided governmental setting where we don't have shared values. I wrote down here something that Supervisor Burgis said about earnest commitment to the goal. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we agreed on a goal? And isn't it dangerous to think about refining mission and vision when that's got to be done in a democracy by representative government that has become totally divided and dysfunctional.
And I think that goes back to the concept of 19th century laws and 20th century institutions, right? Which were set in a different time and a different thinking. Please, Dave, go ahead. You were trying to say something.
Yeah, I think I'm one of those technocrats or bureaucrats. And for me, I start with thinking about what are the tools I do have available. And it's helpful for me to hear when they aren't working for people, because sometimes we can change how we go about doing it. And so when I think about the maybe overlay of missions and visions, and we had some tools through federal advisory committees and those types of processes that have rules around bringing diverse interests together. It's another bureaucratic, difficult process to navigate. Probably could be better. It's probably exclusionary. They've been very challenging, but I keep thinking about some of those other ways of taking some of those existing tools and using them in newer ways rather than going back to try to get my agency's mission revised.
Kathy.
Yeah, I think it's, I think it can be healthy to go back to that mission and vision and read it with the right lens and the 21st century lens. And maybe it's not a revision to it, but it's making sure it's not excluding what we want to do. And there are other ways to try to influence that mission. You know, we've got on the federal side, executive orders and joint secretarial orders, you know, that have us doing co-stewardship and co-management. And, you know, those things have evolved over time are hopefully getting us to a better place, you know, to try to do the right thing, maybe too late, but eventually. So where I wouldn't want to go is looking at a mission or vision and changing the language in it, just to change the language in it, right? You gotta walk the walk. And if you've got, you know, your offices or setting a culture within your leadership at various levels to walk that walk, right? You just kind of get that ingrained in your business culture that I give Ivan a call early on to figure out what to do. And they're walking with us the whole way along the project. And that's just how it is, and it becomes the default. And that's where I feel like we need to go if we're not there yet, even if the words on the page don't necessarily say, you know, we'll be diverse and inclusive, you know, because sometimes I feel like that's almost just lip service, and I don't want that.
But one thing I would say is, and I think you're absolutely representing what it takes to create that dialogue, but I think we also need to move away from, so individuals right now driving these connections, right? And individuals are quite important, but if somebody else comes in your place who is not as excited about calling Ivan because he or she is comfortable with, you know, what they're doing, they think it's working, you know, people have different kind of ways of approaching problems, then what is the process there to make sure it will happen, right? So so I think we really do need to kind of have systematic things in place to enable this dialogue beyond individual preferences, which is right now the driver of a lot of these actions.
I have mixed feelings on this question and on that. One, because I've been writing plans and policies for the last 6 months on several projects and programs, and I've written grants. So if I've ever written a grant to one of you, please close your ears now. Mission and vision statements and goals are very, very broad. You can twist them, you can adjust them, and right after them in whatever plan, policy, standard operating procedures, you can define them how you see fit. For the Upasani Cultural Center, I take in the first paragraph, I say a tribal library is a bastion of knowledge. That means it's beyond the books. It's beyond the papers stored there. It is every event. It is every person. It is everybody who has ever touched the soil that that community center sits on. And that's where there's flexibility. Some vision statements should be written because they were correctly, you were correct. They were written years ago. And sometimes
people were excluded, and people were excluded, people were forced away. But yet they still use that same language, all men, all peoples. And reinterpreting those goals and those visions after you cite your vision and mission statement and goals and objectives, deliverables, is critical. I nod to the poet laureate here in the room because I love using words. This source sits on my desk, and I will look up every other way to twist something to get grants for the tribal people. And that's what it takes. Because underneath your policy, there's plans and standard operating procedures, and that's where you get into the nitty-gritty of it. So the tribal liaison executive order that everybody, state and federal, have to follow, I'm looking at Dave over there, because him and I know that one well. That means that there's already a law in place for you to create that standard of communication. Brandon back at the back of the room is great at it. He reaches me formally, informally, we talk about everything we need to do. Restore the Delta talks to me all the time. Their tribal liaisons are trained, and we're starting to see a better shift in how relationships are built and maintained. And that's structural at this point.
Perfect, thank you. And one last thing I would add to that is we need to make sure that leadership levels of a lot of these organizations are representative of the community they're serving, and it takes time. So I said I'm a mayor's appointee to San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, and I used to be on the Regional Water Quality Control Board as governor's appointee, and I have a day job on top of 2 kids, and I have to go to these meetings, and I constantly think, if I say no, if I don't show up, there will be somebody else. And I have, spent a lifetime trying to build knowledge around these topics. So I feel I'm responsible to my community to sit there and make it work and be 50 places at the same time, because it's important. But I think making sure those leadership positions are representative is super important, because new people, new thinking brings different kind of processes, put different kind of policies in place. So I think that's also very important. Any other questions? Go ahead, please.
Not really a question, but to follow up on what you just said, and thank you for that. I think it's so important. I think that this forum is super helpful, super important to start elevating again these discussions. And when I hear terms like uncertainty that comes from adaptation, when I hear terms of there was just so much. Again, the need to learn to be uncomfortable, missed opportunities, internal biases, being understanding, being sympathetic, not just checking the box. It's going to take more of these types of discussions. It's going to take more than this type of forum. This needs to elevate to in another direction and across the state. We tend to have systems in place. We tend to have organizations in place that, by the very nature of how they were created, they are very protective, and they don't want anybody else to come in with new thoughts or new ideas, for the fear of the disruption of what they know to be true to them. And so recognizing, and I'm so glad that we have these younger people here to again push us. We need to push the envelope again in age, in again background. We can't let the fear of the unknown, we can't let the fear of the unrecognized, we can't let the fear again of changing and disrupting our work cycle, what we know to be true. We can't let that prevent us from exploring the other possibilities that are clearly out there. Ivan, when I hear you speak, to me again, it is a shining example of what we need to be very cognizant of. And I'm sometimes very guilty of it myself, when I go into a room, a large room, and I don't know anybody, I would tend to go to those people that I think might know and might recognize or might be empathetic or sympathetic to what I am and who I look like. But no, we have to start learning to get uncomfortable, because I learned so much from people that are so opposite of me. And I say, it's not about being at the table. It's about being at a table that, again, is indicative and representative of all of those that we need to learn from. And it's okay to be uncomfortable. So thank you to all of you for today.
Thank you so much. I'm getting cross-legged here, so I have to close this. I would just say, when they gave me 75 minutes, I'm like, how am I gonna fill up the 75 minutes? That's a long time. Obviously, I didn't have that problem. Now we're over time. Thanks for that comment, being inclusive, creating space, being uncomfortable. I appreciate that. I am grateful to all of you for coming here, to sharing your perspective, to sharing your knowledge. I feel I made 5 new friends, which is great for me. But thank you, everyone. Please do join me to thank the panel.
Right, echoing that, thanks to our panel. While one of the things we are encouraging today is leaning into being uncomfortable, the discomfort that comes with hunger around lunch is not one of those things. And so we made sure we left plenty of time for you all to eat. We will reconvene in here and virtually at 1:15 for our afternoon panels. Our first panel after lunch will really start to bring some of these themes into specific case studies that really will allow us to see how these ideas translate on the ground across a number of different scales. And I think it's another thing we really heard today is scales from the personal to the institutional and everything in between. These changes that we're talking about can happen slowly, they can happen fast in some cases too, but also they happen really across all of these different scales. And one of them is really just being here with you all in the room, as well as all of you joining us virtually to help push these conversations forward. So thanks again. If you are planning on getting food downstairs, it can take a while. So I would do that as soon as possible to make sure you're back and ready to go by 1:15. So big thanks again to you all, and we'll see you back here in just a bit. Back. Both for our remote and our in-person participants. Hope you enjoyed your lunches. Really great morning program. So glad to see you all back here to continue the conversation. So our first panel this morning will be, there we go. We'll look at adaptation case studies across scales. And I'm going to hand it over to our moderator, Barbara Berrigan-Perea from Restore the Delta, to kick us off.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? I'm adjusted. I'm short, so between that and bad knee, the stool is really welcome. So thank you. Building on this morning's work, this panel is going to explore case studies on how adaptation is being implemented across scales. And 3 areas that I think about all the time when we talk about governance and adaptation is, what is the relationship between government and non-government expertise, or government and tribal expertise? We heard some definitions building off of this morning about expertise, existing in bureaucratic scenarios with government. And really do want to, reiterate what Ivan had talked about, traditional ecological knowledge being the first area of true expertise when we talk about environmental outcomes, governance, restoration. And along that, we at Restore the Delta always posit that environmental justice communities and community groups that do the frontline work also carry an equal important element of expertise. First, because they are the people who know how to reach community and how to educate community. Second, because very often, like we do in our data collection program for harmful algal blooms, we go out and get the training to engage in services in data collection and collaborate with government where possible. And third, we carry expertise in that we live that shared reality between government action or decision or project or program and what manifests in terms of outcomes on the ground. And when you put it all together and we think about these case studies, we would posit that interactive governance between tribal governments, traditional government, and community groups really could lead to powerful outcomes. So the questions of governance and adaptation, they can really also look different depending on the scale and the context of adaptation need or project, and in terms of community and industry also. And to better understand how these concepts look in the real world, this panel is going to highlight 5 case studies that illustrate specific details of program and project implementation. This panel will examine the barriers faced by projects across scales and how they have overcome some barriers. The Delta is a diverse place with lots of interest groups, land uses, perspectives, and histories. And within that geography, you have this sub-regional geography. And one of the big ideas that we keep thinking about in relation to this panel is, how do we create a common shared vision or approach between tribal partners, government, community to achieve a regional identity that's actually working to build a positive future. So the examples today from the case studies we think will help us start to grapple with a path towards maybe what some common vision in terms of governance and adaptation could look like. So the way I'm going to manage this panel is I'm going to just quickly introduce our 5 panelists by name. They're going to introduce themselves in more detail. And we're going to give them 5-minute presentations explaining who they are and how they're working on a specific element of adaptation across a broad scale. And then I guess we're going to open up after that. We're going to have some follow-up questions and then questions for the audience. I'm really excited about these presentations today because I think they all tap into important insights and lessons learned from tribal collaboration, agriculture, management, land use design from an academic perspective, climate change planning, and urban restoration. So our panelists today are Crystal Moreno, starting at the opposite end there, furthest for me, Jared Dixon, Harriet Ross, Brett Milligan will be online, and then Artie Valencia. And our queue up question today for these case studies is, what is the problem for each specific case study that you are setting out to solve, and what are the steps that effort has taken to address the problem? So I would like to pass the conversation now to Crystal Marengo from Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I am here on behalf of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. And full disclosure, I am not the tribal member of Shingle Springs. I am of Yaqui Kumeyaay ancestry. Here on behalf of the vice chair of Shingle Springs, Melissa Tayaba, who would have loved to be able to be a panelist today, but has so many different priorities going on several different directions. So with her permission, I'm here on behalf of the tribe. I want to first give you a little bit of background about the tribe. So our name is Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. And if you didn't know any better, if there had not been any research done, you would think that the tribe is limited to just that area, which is not true. If you know anything about California history and what's happened to Native people in this state and across the nation, you're familiar with removal, you're familiar with genocide, you're familiar with a lot of different atrocities that happened to Native people in this state. And so with that came a loss of land, a loss of connection to the land, which for for some tribes meant almost a loss of culture. Part of our job in our traditional ecological knowledge department is to continue to teach, continue to bring tribal members back to ancestral territories, which means for this tribe is 7 California counties, of which Sacramento is a key significant county, city, area. My boss, her great grandmother, you heard Raquel Gonzales earlier this morning give you the welcome. She spoke of her great grandmother, who was born not too far from here. This is the land of the Nisenan people, which later became a gathering place for other tribes. And I say that so that you understand. Here's Shingle Springs up here. There's Sacramento down here. There are village sites up and down the Sacramento River, up and down the American, the Costume, the Feather, the Bear, so on and so forth. And so when we think about the Delta, it's very different from the statutorily defined Delta that you all think of it as. We know with our indigenous knowledge that it is much larger. Ivan spoke to this earlier. He even put up that wonderful map. When we talk about tech, we're talking about listening to what we have to say as an indigenous people. And you're going to hear me talk about the case study I'm going to share with you, which involves state parks. And you're going to say, wait a minute, that's not the Delta. And yes, I'm telling you it is. So we have worked over several years with state parks to implement a memorandum of understanding that includes co-management, that includes various aspects of preservation and protection of cultural resources, and even, I would argue, extends to water quality monitoring. And the reason that's important is because what the water touches is what we touch, right? So, for example, we have partnered with the Goldfields State Park District to begin some co-management, a co-management project, which means we will be helping to identify native plants. We will be helping to remove invasive species. There's a possibility that we are even talking about bringing cultural fire back to the land. So all of these indigenous land practices that have been missing for too long are important. If we go back to where we started, we can solve a lot of the problems that we have created for ourselves. That can't happen without collaboration. It cannot happen without governance changing its lens, without a paradigm shift. And so although we get weary of repeating ourselves about how important it is to begin to decolonize the way that we think about things, the way that we make decisions, we have to continue to say these things. We have to continue to have these dialogues. So I'm very grateful for each of you being here today, because there are, folks that will say, well, I don't want to speak on behalf of tribes. You don't have to. You can be somewhere and say, hey, where are the tribes in this discussion? Have you reached out to the tribes? And the more that we're having folks help us in our efforts, I'm going to just say blatantly, the better off we're all going to be. Okay, I was taught very early on by my elders, the air and water anywhere affects the air and water everywhere. And the more that we can start looking back to traditional ecological knowledge, and again, my colleague Ivan spoke to this before, that's not our term. Because what TEK is actually our way of life. It's the way we have interacted in our environment since the beginning of time. We call it TEK so that we can start a dialogue and continue to have a dialogue about the ways that we can share our expertise, share our knowledge in a way that is respectful, in a way that is information sharing, in a way that we can respectfully learn from each other. We have been, let me go back to my project. So we have been working with state parks for a few years now. We're now on the cusp of this project that will bring Thule back to the American River, that will bring weaving plants, willow, potentially redbud, dogwing, back to an Aboriginal area that has recently been suffering from water degradation. That's a gathering area for us. It's a place of cultural significance. For the Nisenan people, in the Nisenan language, that place is called Polo'o, which means Buckeye Rock. And this is the way that we've named places, right, by what's there. And so We are back there. We have our hands in the dirt. We have our hands back in the water. We are looking to restore our tule. We're looking to help solve the environmental problems that exist. We're also looking to bring our elders back, our youth back to reconnecting with the land. But that doesn't happen without state parks changing their lens and saying, we're not here to tell you what to do. We're here to ask you, what should we do? What is the best way that we can take on this project? Not just the Shingle Springs, because the beauty of this is that there's an awareness that state parks has started to understand and accept and embrace, actually, is that there are shared ancestral spaces because of the way that tribes were divided up in this state. And so there's not just one Miwok tribe, there's not just one Miwok tribe, there's not just one, Yoka tribe. Ancestries can be mixed in various tribes, and so there are shared spaces because we are all just trying to survive in this state. And so state parks recognize that. We have several tribes that are working on this particular project with us. We will, just continue to work with them, continue to advise, to share information, and to get our hands back on that culturally significant area. It's very important that when these projects are proposed, that you have tribes at the table. We need to be the voice there. In fact, I would even say that tribal voices need to be centered because we are the original caretakers and we're still here. We talk about village sites, and I don't want to talk about it past tense because whether you built a subdivision on it, that still remains a village site. That still remains a place where we can restore native plants, where we can figure out ways that we can help our ecosystem, that we can have reconnection with our ancestral homelands, which is a spiritual thing. I share this because my boss herself has shared this, and so I don't feel that it's wrong to do so. The first time that we were able to access another territory of state park, under state park ownership, which is also a village site. The first time my boss was able to get back there and touch the willow trees and to touch the sedge there and the mugwort and the medicine, it was such a moving experience. And when decision makers are talking about what to do with certain areas, there's an element that you can't speak to because you don't have the connection that we have. And so if we are to do the job that's necessary, right, for the betterment and improvement of our climate situation, of our environment, you must have native voices at the table.
Thank you, Jared. You're next, and thank you, Crystal.
Hard to follow. So I'm Jared Dixon, Director of Staten Island. I work for Conservation Farm and Ranches. TNC, the Nation Conservancy, owns Staten Island, owned it since 2001, and they set up a separate organization related entity as Conservation Farm and Ranches to manage the island. Since then, in basically a CFNR, I joined probably 4 years ago now as the ranch manager, and we began the process of rebuilding soils. Prior to 2001, even prior to 2017, it was mainly managed to farm open ground, corn, alfalfa, triticale, small grains, things like that for habitat for sandhill cranes and Pacific flyway migratory birds. Trying to rebuild soils on peat soils that are oxidizing at a high rate of, up to a half an inch a year. It's hard to do when you're doing a dry farm. So we began the process of converting into rice and slowly converting into wetland. Have a problem money that we did for planning. In 2025, we will complete our restoration of 4,500 acres of rice on all peat soils that are greater than 22% organic material. So mainly the southern 2/3 of the island. Also in that southern 2/3 of the island will be 1,000 acres restored wetlands, which will consist of about 1/3 to 50% of truly habitat, semi-permanent wetlands. Another portion, half and half rice and half managed wetlands that will be kind of seasonal. To rebuild soils, to carbon sequester, and to create more habitat for, those fringe brooding habitat and early shorebird habitat in July. We've had great responses with habitat on the rice ground that we've been trying to do. It's a little different from the North Valley when you're growing rice. It's a lot more technical, I should say. We drill in rice instead of flying around 150 miles an hour with an airplane. But we found certain ways to do it, and we're continuing that process and different studies all the time. Also with that, we are monitoring with eco-variance towers and Lawrence Berkeley Labs. They are monitoring carbon sequestration, carbon emissions, subsidence reductions, methane releases, all of the above. And also with that, some water quality issues that we're trying to mitigate. So in the process, we're seeing some great results. Still have a long ways to go. We're still tweaking a lot of things and some baselines, and hopefully in the near to not so distant future, we can restore that 1,000 acres and get 4,500 acres rice plan, with also having a rotation of small grains and or corn in those for habitat purposes for the learning, migratory birds that we, really need and really have had in the in Staten Island and in the surrounding areas.
I thank you, Jared. And next we're moving around in order a little bit. Is Artie Valencia. And if you can hold on, we have a PowerPoint here and okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Artie Valencia. I'm the community organizer and government liaison for Restore the Delta. Prior to this, I received my degree in biology with a concentration in conservation from UCLA. And what I really wanted to do with that is work in conservation, but specifically with unacknowledged ecosystems. And little did I know that that was the Delta, right at, backyard of my home. I was raised in South Stockton. And next slide, please. So Restore the Delta is a grassroots nonprofit organization that is focused on restoring the Sacramento San Joaquin Bay Delta. We use a scientific-based research approach in order to implement measures to combat climate change as well as flood risk. Currently, Restore the Delta is convening with local NGOs as well as flood agencies to shape master plans in the lens of environmental justice and tribal groups. Beyond that, we've successfully garnered 4 years of media coverage to highlight the funding and physical need for flood restoration work as well as levee improvements. And in addition to that, we've also trained hundreds of residents on flood risk and have become a resource for these folks during flood events by providing real-time urgent messaging translation. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the flood risk that we experience in Stockton, also a bit about the possible solutions. So Stockton is 1/3 of the city is an economically disadvantaged community. The majority of people that live in that flood zone or in flood zones are people of color, and they are living at the bottom 75 to 99 percentile of environmental health indicators. In addition to that, they are also very vulnerable to experiencing flooding. And currently our only defense against floods are decade-old leak-prone levees that are subject to break, overtop, or seepage. And in addition to have the necessary levee upgrades, we also need to add floodplain restoration, and it is essential that we have that from Merced to Van Busker in order to take the pressure off of levees and also ensure that Stockton and neighboring cities are entirely protected. And one thing I do want to highlight is that flood protection is much cheaper than flood damages. So we've seen in several studies, especially with the Stewardship Council, with inflation now, $48 billion will accrue for critical buildings and damages, and that includes things like hospitals or water waste management facilities. In addition to that, 17,000 homes are at risk, and I do want to reiterate again that in these floodplain zones, we have environmental justice communities who cannot physically recover from a flood event. They could lose out on their home equity, and it's even a risk to their lives. And that's due to, especially in the winter, when the waters are especially cold, it can be very difficult for them to get out of the water before they can experience things like hypothermia, for instance. In Stockton, we also have a high groundwater table. And because of that, the water will seep into foundations and flood basements, and people have called me and said that they lost family heirlooms, baby pictures, and so much more, and it's honestly really devastating. Next slide, please. And so, current solutions. So I did talk a little bit about floodplain restoration and why that's vital. So we have two sites here. On the upper right, you have the Mormon Slough, and on the lower right, you have the Van Busker area. So I'm going to start with Mormon Slough. Mormon Slough is a highly vulnerable area subject to flooding. During the January atmospheric river storms, there were unhoused encampments along the slough, and there was no effort to relocate them during this event, even though they were a couple feet from being inundated. There was no effort by the Sheriff's Office, OES, or even the county. Beyond that, I do want to mention that the old Mormon Slough is dry and disconnected from the main Mormon Slough system, and that's due to water diversions at Belota and also the Stockton Diverting Canal. And so this area, both of these areas have experienced decades of disinvestment. And for instance, Mormon Slough is a project that 20 years ago was put at the table for the Army Corps to implement levee improvements, but they disregarded it and neglected it. And I think we've all seen what happens to levees that are neglected. And a good example of that is Pajaro. I'm sure some of you are aware of what happened there. Similar story to our own. But anyway, so Restore the Delta is partnering with, like I said, local NGOs, flood agencies, as well as tribal group members in order to make sure that our master plan is shaped in that lens. The goal here is to not only do that, but also make sure that people, specifically the unhoused communities, do not become displaced. So with levee improvements comes the potential for fish restoration, as well as hazard mitigation due to increased flows. And beyond that, improved levees also give way to greenbelt system with parks that could provide areas for cooling for urban communities that already experience extreme heat. Also, in addition to that, I do want to talk a little bit about the multi-benefits of flood restoration, and that includes recharging groundwater. It also includes increased access to recreation, and that could be through interactive nature paths or trails. It also captures excess floodwater or rainwater, and that's about 20%. And beyond that, I do also want to mention that this project has the potential to increase economic development in the Mormon Slough area, as that particular area has a lot of abandoned parcels of land that could be used for local businesses or entrepreneurs in a way that, again, does not displace people. And last, I do want to talk about Van Busker. So Van Busker used to be a golf course, and it wasn't used by the residents, so eventually they closed it down and fenced it up, and it's currently just collecting a jungle of weeds. So Anyway, the city and Tadaka are both, it's a local flood agency, by the way, is working to repurpose it into a park. And though Resort of the Delta does not have a particular interest in how the park is designed beyond a last resort floodplain outlet, because we think it's important that the residents decide what they need to see in that park, whether that be exercise facilities or basketball courts, right? But we're concerned with their lives and their home equity. So we're working to make sure that we get the news out there so that we can get the funding to incorporate a floodplain outlet. And again, due to funding constraints, a floodplain outlet is kind of in the air for this master plan, only because the Army Corps of Engineers doesn't know it's going to fit into their budget. So that's why it's very vital for state institutions, local governments, residents, to push the Army Corps of Engineers to do what's best by disadvantaged communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Artie. Next, we're going to switch to our online presentation with Brent Milligan. And Brent, you're going to run your own slides, I understand. So.
Yeah, I'd like to. I think the share has to be enabled.
I think we're almost there.
Yeah, we're going to. Okay, it should be good now, Brett.
Yep, I can do it now. Thank you. All right. Okay, is everybody seeing my screen? Can you all hear me? I can't see you, so if you could tell me, that would be great.
We can.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. My name is Brett Milligan. I'm a professor of landscape architecture and environmental design at UC Davis. I would say most of my work falls into the category of maybe multi-benefit climate change adaptation. And I've been working in the Delta on a lot of those kinds of projects for about a decade now. And I was going to present today one called Delta Island Adaptations, which is one I've been working on with a large team, the public, and an advisory committee in the Central Delta. And there's some similarities here between what I'm going to present and what Jared presented on Staten Island, where one of the primary concerns of this project, which is throughout the Central Delta, is subsidence. If you're not familiar with that, the subsidence of heat soils that happens when they were reclaimed and they're exposed to the air, they basically atrophy and the land sinks. So this is looking at into Bolden Island in the Central Delta. You can see the land surface can be up to 25, even up to 30 feet on a high tide below what the channels are throughout the Delta. And so this creates ever more vulnerability on these levees that have to be maintained to keep it land inside of it. And should these tracks breach, there's all kinds of consequences for all kinds of people. So the project is began by looking at all 4 islands that are owned by the Metropolitan Water District. And the first part of it was to look at which island to focus on. And what these are showing are sort of how deeply subsided these areas are. The islands that don't have this are also subsided. It's looking at those 4. And you can see there's a rate at which it's happening. So the more we don't adapt or keep doing what we're doing, the more problems this might cause. This is Bolden Island you're looking at here. And currently we have about 132 million cubic meters of airspace below sea level that's been created since this was reclaimed. And you can see that would go up by maybe another 20% in 50 years if we just keep doing dry land farming as has been practiced. So the project is really trying to figure out ways to stop this and to rebuild soils. So those are the primary objectives of the project that you see, the subsidence and the greenhouse gas emissions. But really trying to think of this project, again, in terms of multi-benefit. And if we're going to do these things, what are the other benefits, community, ecological, partnerships, things like that, that might be built into the project So overall, it has 10 different objectives. You see these other ones: habitat improvement, larger delta-wide ecological benefits, ecocultural restoration. We have a couple of Indigenous practitioners who've been helping us all the way through this project. One of them you heard from this morning, Dan Hankins and Austin Stevenow. And then we have representation of people from the recreational community. And the project is trying to build a lot of partnerships and to be economically viable. So these are the overall objectives. And what we've come up with thus far is a potential near-term plan. And what you're basically looking at here is a mosaic of different land uses. In my 5 minutes here, I won't be able to walk you through all of this, but basically the orange is sort of wet agriculture and polluticulture. The blues are different kinds of managed wetlands, ranging from tidal to floating to managed wetlands, sorry. And then some of those green areas are sort of transitional habitats. And so the idea is to create a mosaic of land uses that would, again, create these benefits. Some of them being things that haven't really been tried at a large scale, such as floating peat wetlands. That look promising, as you see, have been trialed in these pools by the folks at Hydrofocus, but have not yet been done at scale. So that's what you see in the foreground of this, representation of what this might look like, of a floating wetland, and then you see the other land uses behind it. Here's another view where we're looking to restore what is right now basically an irrigation ditch, but is a historic slough, both for the ecological benefits as well as the ecocultural benefits that might happen from doing that, and some of the restoration and the rice production, which again, basically trying to phase out dryland agriculture because it continues subsidence into wet the landscape. So through our process, we realized there was a lot of, we found a place of sort of consensus about what might be useful for that short-term land use scenario. But the more we went through this, the more we realized there really was no way to know in a long-term way what that mosaic of land uses should be. Because there's so many things we don't know that we know about, right? Where technology and science might be, where policy is going to be, what degree of climate change impacts are we going to see? What kind of governance will we have? What kind of incentives might we have for climate change adaptation? And specific to the project, what the outcomes of the pilot projects in that initial scenario might be. So between 20 and 50 years, in terms of an adaptive management strategy, we realized through all of our discussions with all of the people involved, that was impossible to know. So that really shifted it from being, what was sort of initially stated in our proposal. We don't have one long-term scenario, we have 5. And the idea with this is that, stemming from the near-term scenario, it might evolve in very different ways based on the things we find from those pilot projects, or what kinds of policies the state has towards climate change adaptation, as well as from a technological perspective. If carbon sequestration, underground carbon storage becomes something that's practiced in the Delta, given that the geology supposedly works very well for that. We didn't assume that, but we tried to plan for all of these things, doing a what if thinking through scenario, if this happens, maybe it goes this way, maybe we retain all that wet agriculture. In some of the other scenarios, we think, okay, what if it's the incentives are there that you could do full restoration across the entire landscape, which is what you see in the 3 to the right. So these are the possibilities of that we played out as to where we are right now at the project. Process-wise, again, the project is composed of our core team, and then we have a very wide group of technical advisory committee, which includes experts from different domains. Again, also our ecocultural experts, people from SFEI, different ecologists and so forth, and engineers. And then we also had several public meetings along the way. So what you see here is in phase 1, we tried to figure out, okay, what are our objectives? And which island do we think we want to work on? And we put some ideas for that together. And then we went public with that. We launched a public survey, asked people what they thought. We came back with that. There was a lot of consensus around working on Bolden Island, and then we went into phase 2, which was actually to create these scenarios for the island. So you'll see in that phase 2, we're coming to the end of that right now. We just had that public meeting number 3 about a week ago. So we had 2 public meetings to refine these scenarios and sort of finishing those out now. And then we'll go into phase 3, which will actually be trying to design those projects. So again, a very iterative process with working with a large, public and technical committees. And so where we are right now, if you are interested in this project, we do have a survey up. We have the public workshop we just had on the website. So we pretty much have come up with the designs for these scenarios and are looking for feedback on those and some questions about how future planning for this project might go. So if you're interested, you just go to Delta Island Adaptations and you'll find this on our splash page. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brett. And we're going to have a little screen change here before Harriet rounds out the panels, the case studies. All right.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and start. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Harriet Ross. I'm Associate Deputy Executive Officer of Planning and Climate here at the Delta Stewardship Council. I believe I'm the designated bureaucrat of the panel, but I promise I will try to be interesting. So the case study that I'm going to talk about today and share with you all is Delta Adapts. It's the Council's climate change study. We did complete a vulnerability assessment a couple of years ago, which identified the vulnerabilities from climate impacts that the Delta is exposed to. And let me tell you, those findings are quite scary, not surprising, but very scary. We're currently working on an adaptation plan now, and that adaptation plan is going to include how strategies and actions on how the Delta can and will respond to these climate vulnerabilities, and hopefully put us in a better position in the future. And ultimately, the goal is to create a Delta that is resilient to climate change in the future. So, as you can imagine, with actually any project in the Delta and with climate adaptation in general, there comes with it many challenges. So the first one really being the Delta is just very large geographically. We have 21 cities, it spans 5 counties, and the residents are quite different. We have urban cities from the city of Stockton, Pittsburgh, Antioch, to parts of the city of Sacramento, to small communities like Clarksburg, Isleton, and the primary use of the Delta is farmland. And so we're working with also a lot of farmers. So the needs of the Delta are quite different. The vulnerabilities are different depending on the geographic location within the Delta, and what people want and need are very different as well. So the geographic largeness of the Delta has also been very difficult for us to actually do outreach and engage with the general public. And we just simply can't get to every community. I would love to, but it's very difficult. And another challenge is that we started the outreach during COVID. So much of the outreach that we've done thus far has really been virtually. And so it's very difficult or it's just harder to make and establish relationships, over Zoom. Also, many jurisdictions and local entities are doing their own thing. There's a million vulnerability assessments out there. There are far fewer adaptation plans, and most of those plans and studies are really focused on either one climate impact, not a series like our plan does, but also really only addresses those assets that those agencies own and operate. So what you get is sort of fragmentation. There's not really one comprehensive regional plan, and that's what we're really trying to do here with Delta Adapts, is to create that regional plan that applies to all those cities and counties, and something that someone can pick up and use and take the next step and take it further, basically. So as you know, there's, everyone talks about how there's so many different federal, state, and local agencies within the Delta that have authority here. I believe it's over 200. But yet not one entity is responsible for climate adaptation. So that's another big challenge. So adaptation is, in general, is not being implemented in a coordinated fashion. And we really, through that, lose the interdependence, efficiencies, and cost savings we might gain if we can do it comprehensively and coordinated. Also, land use authority is given really at the local land use level. So in order to actually implement adaptation projects, it's difficult for the state to do unless we own the property and own the land. But otherwise, again, it happens at the local level. And so then to complicate matters, the Delta Stewardship Council, while we're charged for coordinating efforts in the Delta, we don't build projects, we don't permit anything technically, and we don't fund anything. So our really the biggest challenge is how do we get an entire region to weigh in and buy into what we're doing here, but yet it's going to be implemented on likely an individual basis by individual entities. Next slide, please. So,
Sorry, I had advanced too far.
Okay.
Okay, so how are we addressing these challenges? Just full disclosure, we're not done yet. We're about a year and a half into the adaptation portion of this process, and I'd say we have probably another year left. So we really started this part of the initiative really leading an extensive engagement program. We talked to many different interests in the Delta to really understand what those climate challenges are, because they're different for each part of the Delta, what stakeholders wanted as adaptation outcomes, what do they envision for the future. And really our goal is to prepare a plan that works for everyone. And we understand there's trade-offs to be had, decisions to be made, but at least we understand where people are coming from. And so I'm really proud of however we end up, wherever we end up, that we've at least, gone through this extensive process of talking to people. We've talked with farmers, landowners, through the partnerships we've been able to establish with organizations like Restore the Delta and many, many others. We've been able to talk to vulnerable communities. And we've had some additional discussions with tribal representatives, and there's plans for more of that for the summer. We've also had a lot of coordination with our local, regional, and state partners and agencies. Again, everyone's doing their own thing. So we really have to be coordinated in that effort. It's nothing like different state departments putting out their own individual adaptation climate plan that don't really relate to others. So we've spent a lot of time trying to come up with building off models that others have been using, and really preparing something that's complementary and generally consistent. Another way we're dealing with the geographic differences is we basically subdivided the Delta into subregions, and we're providing a set of adaptation strategies. This is the plan. We're still in the process of forming those strategies, but having a different set of strategies for different regions of the Delta for different conditions so that it's applicable. Again, the goal is really to provide a plan at the end that others can build upon, pick up, and implement on their own. So in my opinion, ultimately to advance implementation of adaptation, there really needs to be a regional agency with authority and dedicated funding to oversee climate adaptation. I think that's how it's really going to be done effectively. And that's where things are started building. This is what the Bay Area is grappling with and trying to figure things out. They're a little bit ahead of us in some ways in adaptation, and so we're kind of using them as a test. Grant funding is going in that direction. Regional climate collaboratives, regional planning. It's not a new concept by any means, but it's things that you're starting to really see in the legislature, what they're talking about, the new bills that are being proposed, and where the funding is going.
That's where you will stop. Thank you so much. Our first follow-up question is two-part. For the first three presenters, I'd really like to, if we could all hear, what barriers to adaptation have you experienced in governance systems? And for Brett, our academic, and for Harriet, I'm kind of interested, kind of changing that a little bit, like for you to describe what you think like interactive governance with community looks like. So I think we will start back with Crystal.
Sure, I think from my own experience, the challenges that exist are that tribes have been excluded from many processes. And, we get so tired, we're exhausted from meetings with different decision-making boards, commissions, councils. We get tired of saying the same things, but we're there. We're figuring out how to kick the door down if we need to. We're figuring out how to establish relationships, even if we're the first people reaching out, which oftentimes we are. We are trying to be solutions oriented, and so there's always going to be challenges, but it's very difficult if we are not included in the discussions that are being had, in negotiations that are being had that will have impacts on tribes. And so we will keep saying that anytime decisions are being made and discussions are being had on issues that impact tribes, you must have tribes at the table.
Just trying to think of which one. Like you said, I'm going to touch a little bit on what you said. I'm going to go from the farmer side of it. For farmers, it's the same thing. We're tired of having the same conversations over and over again because some of us are trying to do good. For example, we're trying to put in 1,000-acre wetlands. We've been trying since 2017 with the planning stage and stuff like that. The hoops that you have to jump through and the cost that is kind of the norm nowadays to implement something like that. For 1,000 acres for us, it's going to be over $10 million to convert 1,000 acres of wetlands from corn production that has been subsiding for over 100 years. At a half an inch a year, it's more than 20 feet below the water level now. And to try to do something good to give that multi-benefit, it's exhausting to try to get that past through. That's the biggest thing for us.
Yeah, and on the environmental justice side, I believe that one of the biggest barriers that we have is being incorporated in meetings when it comes to building out plans in areas that are of concern to residents, especially vulnerable residents. There's a negligence there on how messaging and updating folks on where, when, and when a meeting will take place, essentially. The messaging is just not there. You'll have a lot of groups like our own getting the word out, doing a lot of on-the-ground work, which we love to do, but at the same time, there's some accountability on the local government and state institution side that really needs to be addressed when it comes to trying to incorporate environmental justice groups and having them there in those meetings to address their specific needs, and so their best interests are included as well.
I think we're going to ask Brett to pipe in.
Well, I think all the other panelists have made really good points. Just try to say something different on it. I would say maybe from the work I've done for a while in the Delta, like better means of sharing funding or creative funding for when there's actually when you really build momentum around something that you can get everyone to buy in, the local community, things like that. I've been on projects where we've put in all this work and met with each other and learned from each other and come up with something that seems to work for everyone. And then who knows if it's going to happen. I mean, the Delta is famous for that, or projects taking maybe 20 years to get built or things like that. But I mean, I think Frank's Track Futures is another project I had like that, where it was a lot of work to bring around the community to find, finding ways that the project would benefit them. And we built, there was a really like agencies were on board or whatever, but then it seemed to be like, well, who's going to fund it? And it took I think it really needed someone who could go out there and bring all those agencies around together as a multi-benefit thing to find some way to make it happen. It may still, it's taking a long time, but I think that's one thing that I think is really interesting. And then I just think in general, like how we, all the agencies have their missions, and I know other people are very familiar with this, but how we integrate all of those in creative ways so that those missions get pushed together in an integral kind of way.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say from a process standpoint, and I think we've gotten over this hurdle in the beginning of the process of really trying to contract out directly with some non-traditional organizations. It was a bit of a hurdle in the beginning. We got over it, so I'm happy about that. It's hard to say. I guess I would talk about how it is hard to work with different state departments to be coordinated. Everybody wants to do it, but if you've noticed, many departments in our own agency, the California Natural Resources Agency, everyone's doing their own climate work, but everyone's doing it again for their own assets that they own and operate. And consistent with their mission. And so we're all sort of doing the same thing. We're all trying our best to be coordinated, but ultimately it'd be great if we had one entity that could, coordinate all of it and all of the efficiencies that we would save. I would think that would be great. So that's another barrier I would mention. But in general, I think I'm really fortunate to work for an agency that very much supports outreach and very much supports equity and tribal engagement. That's very important and a priority for our agency. So it really gives us the latitude, the project team, I think, to take the time to do it. So that's what I would say.
So before, to recap, to move on to the next question, I think some of the things that we've heard are that, the barriers include very long processes, numerous multiple processes, making sure that tribal interests and community and disadvantaged community interests are included in inclusion in planning and incorporated into meetings. Creative funding needed to be able to really supplement all this work, and really a clearinghouse, an entity that really could focus on how this will all happen for climate change adaptation regionally. And, one thing I think I'd like to add about, the community aspect and what organizations do, what's worked well with the DSC is that we do try to partner to help with outreach. What's hard, but where groups are well positioned, is you have this tension at times in the Delta between what government is coming with and where a part of the community, not all of the community, but where a part of the community still is with climate change and understanding that adaptation has to happen. So when you partner with local groups, you actually have opportunity to bridge those gaps, to bring more people to the table and to educate. So that takes us to the next follow-up question. Crystal, what would you describe are some, opportunities to empower communities to bring more diverse voices into decision making? How do you get it done?
I would say, and I said this before, I think we just had a meeting this week, just, genuine intention to take action. Creating the space for not just engagement with tribes, but that problem solving, that collaboration, the action part, right? So in our community, we are still unfortunately accustomed to, is this worth my time? Do I take this meeting? Is this just a check the box exercise, or are these folks really coming because they care about what we have to offer? Because they care about the solutions that we are offering, because they value our time. And so, you know, if we are to move to a place where communities like ours are feeling heard and empowered, then we really need the genuine intention behind what's occurring. So again, creative ways to outreach to tribes, creative ways to communicate, not just one time, not just one knock on the door. You know, there's no wrong door. Figure out how you talk to tribes, figure out, you know, I reached out to chairperson. Okay, maybe the tech department's not going to get that. Know your tribes, right? So it is just an ongoing dialogue. It's relationship with it.
I would say some opportunities, the biggest opportunities would be to create some kind of funding. Because that's the biggest thing for, on my side, the farmers or conservationists, is they don't have, say for instance, most farmers have, say they have 1,000 acres. They really want to take 10% of their gross income every year that they feed their families with. That's a huge part of their income, is 10% of their land. If we want to take that and say we want to make a wetlands out of 10% of their ground, generating some revenue to be able to get incentivize them to want to do that. Most of them would love to jump at that opportunity, but it's very hard for them to do that without that backing of money. That's a big portion.
So another thing I would like to address, I think especially with EJ communities, it's very hard to get them in a meeting because a lot of the messaging, for example, there's a language barrier. You'll see a lot of it just sent out in English when, for example, Stockton is one of the most diverse communities we have. We have people that speak Tagalog, Mandarin, Spanish, and so much more. So first of all, maybe trying to reach out to those communities by making the information more accessible. Beyond that, also being conscious of these people, their jobs, what kind of schedules they have. You know, you really think they're going to be able to make it to a 9 a.m. meeting on a Tuesday or a Thursday? Probably not. They won't be able to skip out on work, right? They have obligations. So how could we adapt and make this more accessible to them? Could we have a recording? Could we schedule this on a Friday afternoon or maybe on a weekend? You know, we have to become creative in how we can incorporate environmental justice communities, people of color, and so much more.
Brett, did you want to add something at this point?
Yeah, sure. I would say I agree with everything the other three people have already said. And then maybe one thing I would add to that, just to really foregrounding the importance of transparency and including people from the start. I think really how a project, an idea, an initiative, how it gets going and how much you actually get meaningful input at the start, in my experience, really can change how well something is successful or not, and really in terms of goal setting and really understanding where people are at and getting a good foundation in which to work. So I just think that how one starts is a really important thing to think about.
Yeah, I think the only other thing I would add, obviously agrees with everything that everyone on this panel has said, but I think what has worked for us is really that one-on-one engagement and going to where, obviously, where people are. We go to existing meetings where who we're trying to talk to is already there. I think we've gotten a lot of good feedback at those. So going to meetings.
Okay, so I think this is the bonus question before we take audience questions. Have you thought about, because we've all met and done some pre-planning, how does like a regional Delta identity help interests align for, Delta adaptation strategies? Does governance lead the creation of that identity, or is it a coming together kind of forces that create the governance, the identity creating the governance? So, okay, I hope to open it up to whoever is ready.
Yeah, so I definitely think it comes with building relationships with rural communities, urban communities, everyone that is the Delta. So there should be a big push with local NGOs, state institutions, local governments that really take a part in coming and convening to figure out, what kind of common goals we have. I know that the rural community and urban community can have a couple of disagreements on some things, but that's okay. We need to find common grounds and also figure out what our common goal is. Ultimately, something that we do have in common is that we love the Delta and we want to see it proliferate and last. So that is something we can work with and come to compromise with and make decisions with.
Yeah, and I think also building the trust between the two. That's a big thing, because I mean, as a farming side and knowing everybody that farms in the Delta, it's the trust is not there with large groups or governance or anything like that. That's a big thing. And me working with the Nature Conservancy all the time, I get flack for it just because I'm affiliated sometimes with it. Even though I am a farmer, 5th generation, been doing it my whole life, it's like I went to the dark side. But trying to explain those things and build that trust and those relationships is a big thing.
Okay, so I'm shamelessly going to ask you to repeat the question because I was responding.
No. Crystal, if you think about what a broad regional Delta identity would encompass, is from a tribal perspective, how does this help kind of get us all to align interests for adaptation and good governance and adaptation?
Wow, yeah, so I think I kind of alluded to this earlier. The common interest is, from a tribal perspective, is the water. And whether you're talking about the land, you can't talk about the land without the water. And as human beings, we can't live without clean, quality water. I know that these issues have been, at least within some tribal communities, a unifying issue because it impacts all of us. When I think about how we can unify around quote-unquote Delta issues, I mean, it's very much the same. We want a healthy environment. We need healthy environments for healthy communities, healthy communities, healthy individuals. And so, without, being too dramatic, it really is about life. We've heard so many times people talk about water is life, and that's just a universal truth. And so the faster that we all can figure out how we can coalesce around that, I think the faster we start getting to solutions. And so when you start, I'm not going to go where I want to go with it because we'll be here all day, but when we start removing certain interests with certain dollar signs attached, and we get back to priorities and we get back to life and what it takes to sustain it and to have a quality of it, then I think we find the solutions that we're looking for. We're going to find whatever it is we're looking for.
I'm not sure I have
Anything to add, or Brett, do you have anything to add at this point?
Perhaps it's probably not going to be very popular, but I would say I have a really hard time with this notion of a regional identity. And I guess for me, it's a diversity thing that in my experience, there's so many different identities in the Delta and so much regional specificity within it. And, I've seen some of these things in the past, Delta branding, the current work with the NHA and stuff like that. And I think it's really, really hard to encompass all those different pluralities of identities. And even those identities themselves are shifting based on everything changing so fast as it is these days. So I think I would reposition the question and more like, okay, how do we collaborate together by really acknowledging there's really different differences, wants and desires, rather than assuming that there is some kind of common identity. So, yeah, that's my take on that one.
That's another great way to reframe it. So thank you. I think here we are ready for audience questions or online questions.
Yeah, sure. We have one online already that I can read. So the question is, what are Barbara will repeat the question. What are the keys to getting all the relevant actors working together at the level of the projects that restore the Delta showcase?
Yeah. So to reiterate, what's the key to getting all of the relevant actors? I think it's kind of a similar question to what I asked, working together at the project level to restore the Delta and to have it showcased.
Yeah, just to add a little bit onto that. So, we have many groups incorporated in the Monumental Restoration Coalition, for example. First of all, we have the Buena Vista Rancheria Band of Miwok Indians. We also have engineers from South Africa, and we have American Rivers and River Partners who are particularly experts in creating plans and master plans for floodplain restoration, as well as executing those plans. So you have the important pieces at the table. You also have the Ambers group, and we are working on getting the housing authority in so we can do something for the unhoused community there. So I think it's a lot about thinking about what pieces you need to address, as well as getting the professionals at the table, but most importantly, not forgetting about who this project is for, and shaping that master plan to meet the needs of the tribal and EJ groups. So how we make this successful, I think we have tons of meetings where we talk about what our vision is for Mormon Sioux, what we would like to see there. Specifically, we find a lot of common ground, and we just try to convene and work together to figure out how we can all add and collaborate in this project individually and together.
Yeah. Okay. Are there other questions?
I'll try to talk loud.
Okay.
I really like this discussion, and one thing I was going to say is just about the regional identity piece. I thought the point that Brett was making was really important, and that it is we have a variable identity. It's a huge system, and it's going to change. Your perspective is going to change according to where you grew up, what business you're in, and your political ideals, religious ideals, whatever. But one of the things I've noticed at the state level is one of the things that has gotten a little bit better is there's so many people that don't know what the Delta is even. They have never been in it. They don't know, they don't understand the subsidence. They don't understand the connections to the water system. And so I think a group like the Delta Stewardship Plan has helped forward the understanding at the state level. So in that sense, I think we do need to at least get together and all agree that the Delta is important and it needs to be saved in some form. And so I think that's the regional, maybe it can be very simple, the regional identity issue, and to recognize its importance. And I think that changing over time, but I'm just amazed at how many people don't know anything about the Delta. So I think, so that's one thing I wanted to mention. And then the other thing is I just think that at the project level, I really like some of the comments that Delta Restore, how you're working on projects. And I think most of us do try to do that, but these projects take so long that over time, people that were originally in the beginning of them are no longer. and so you end up losing that thread. So I think we do have to keep reaching out, and it's exhausting for project managers as well. So it's like both ways. We all have to work together and make it, collaborate on these projects.
I can't stress enough for governance what we're going through organizationally, which Mama T led on this morning. I work with so many groups where their leadership right now is aging out and they have not built a bench behind them. And, we started 3 or 4 years ago, and, my goal is to set up so many new people that are going to be working at this for the next 20 or 25 years as I age out and other people in leadership with our organization. And it's absolutely key because these are the people who are going to be living with the impacts of climate change, who are going to have to live the adaptation. So that is absolutely essential. Do we have time? Do we take one more question? Yeah, there.
So my question is for the panel, and this is something I want you all to consider and to really sound off in the halls of the California Natural Resources Agency building. As projects directors, as representatives, what is one thing you guys wish you could tell the regulators along in order that would have made your guys' projects easier, but one thing that they can take with them to make future projects easier for others?
Sorry, could you repeat the question real quick? I got a little noise.
As project directors, project planners, what is one thing you wish you could tell regulators and lawmakers to improve that would have made your project easier, but also will make future projects easier? What changes can they make to benefit our collective goal?
Make it easier to spend the money on the project, because it is the hardest thing to do when you have planning for 20 years on a project and you have the money lined up and you can't spend the money on the project. That is the hardest thing to do, because we all want to get the project done. The people that want to have the project, the people that don't want to have the project sometimes don't, but the projects all need to get finished. They're there for a reason, and they make it so much harder for the people that are boots on the ground that spend the money to actually implement them.
Yeah, just to echo on that, yes, funding is vital to carrying these projects out. And like I mentioned, San Joaquin Valley is a heavily disinvested area. Recently, we saw with the Newsom administration in January that floodplain restoration funding was cut due to the California budget deficits. However, it just showcases how often we're disregarded, and our needs are important too. Our people are important too. So what I would say to them is to please prioritize disadvantaged communities. Don't leave them in the dust when it comes to flood protection. It's very real. We saw it in the last January atmospheric storm, and there's more to come.
So I actually have the same question as I.
Well, not to sound like I've already mentioned it, but really, I think climate adaptation and planning really needs to occur at a much larger level than individuals, entities. It needs to be done on a regional basis, but coupled with that, and obviously funding to implement, but also this is not popular, I know, but a regional agency that has regulatory authority to make sure that adaptation is occurring according to a vision that's established by that region. Right? Ultimately, that's how it will get done and done effectively.
Yes and no. We have, speaking from the farmer side, because that's just, it comes out. We already have so many regulatory agencies that are stringent on us already that you almost want, you put another one out there, so we're like, I'm gonna dig my heels in the dirt and I'm not going anywhere. This is what we're gonna do, and we've been doing it for 100 years. My ancestors have done this for the last 5 generations, and I'm gonna keep doing it. I almost think that if you relax those a little bit and get them involved, you know, those other, the ones that are actually gonna be doing and on their properties or anything else, or their islands or anything, you're gonna get a lot more success. A lot more people join than to throw in another agency to tell them they have to.
I'm just gonna throw this out there for anybody that's listening, because I've said this in other meetings with different agency councils and coalitions, is that when you are running into issues with your own regulations, let us know how we can support or even lead legislative fixes.
That's absolutely perfect. So I think we are at time. You know, I think we have a great opportunity. It's sad that we have to adapt with climate change, but you know, climate change and adaptation is the opportunity to upset the setup, to bring equity to disadvantaged communities and to tribal interests. So thank you very much.
All right, thanks again to Barbara and our panel. Great discussions. We'll have a slightly shortened break. We'll be back in here at 2:45 for our final panel, and we'll be closing by 4 at the latest. So we'll be moderated by Tanya Hekla, who is at the University of Colorado, Denver, as well as a member of the Delta Independent Science Board. So I'd like to welcome our panelists for this final panel, and I will hand it over to Tanya to start our introductions.
Great. Hi, everybody. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. Okay. So I'm really happy to be here for this final panel of the day. And, you know, throughout the day, we've heard about the importance of governance for adaptation, particularly for equitable adaptation. And on this panel, we want to dig into some of the alternative ideas and maybe even radical ideas on how we can change the Delta governance system, whether it's the structures or policies or rules or processes or the actors involved that can lead us to adaptation that is more effective and inclusive and potentially capable of addressing environmental justice concerns and a wider range of adaptation needs, and maybe lead us towards some of the, even more of some of the examples that we heard from the previous panel. So this notion of adaptive governance, which is something that I get to study as part of the research side of my job, it explicitly acknowledges that a truly adaptive system will be inclusive of diverse types of values and interests, and not just those who have had traditional sources of power and resources. So that might include the types of traditional ecological knowledge that Crystal Moreno mentioned on the previous panel. It underscores the importance of proactive and intentional adaptation towards certain shared goals or diverse types of goals based on different forms of knowledge, not just the kind of reactive form. And this is something I think Nusha mentioned in the morning panel. Yet, at the same time, our governance system was built at a time when different values and power structures were in place, and change to that system is often slow and difficult. So an underlying theme of this panel is how do we prioritize the right types of changes to the governance system that will help us approach adaptive management strategies that are not only more effective, again, but hopefully more equitable. And so let's explore some ways on how to do that. I'll get to the first question for our panelists here in just a moment. We have a great panel lined up for you. We have here, let's see, we have Crystal Moreno from the Shingle Springs Band of the Miwok Indians, who was on our previous panel. And is Virginia here yet? Do we have Virginia? Maybe not yet. Cynthia Cortez
not yet.
from Restore the Delta, Renee Henry online from Trout Unlimited, and Morgan Chow from the Delta Stewardship Council. So we're going to just dive into kind of first an introduction kind of question. And I would like each of you to just reflect for a little bit on what do you think this panel theme brings up for you in the context of your work and your community. And as you're answering that question, please just share just a little bit of information about your background and who you are so our audience can get to know you a little better as well. So why don't we start with Crystal, and we'll go down to then Cynthia, Renee, and Morgan.
Hello? Okay, it's working. Hello again, everybody. Crystal Moreno with the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. I am the program manager for traditional ecological knowledge. We are under the umbrella of our Cultural Resources Division, which houses 5 different departments, all related to culture and all stuff. We could just as well be called our Natural Resources Division as well, because as I said in the previous panel, to us, everything is connected. And to the question, I guess what I would say is, as far as my work, this is my work already. This is what part of what we've been trying to do is to help that paradigm shift. You know, I said it earlier, help the decolonization of the way that we've all been conditioned to think. You know, my job in particular is to bring that tribal lens, the tribal perspective, tribal values. It's very difficult for genuine engagement with tribes if we're not trying to include and understand the perspective, the very unique perspective that we all bring. And each tribe, you know, we have our similarities, but we can also be very different. And so each tribe has a valuable voice.
Hi everyone, my name is Cynthia Cortez. I am the Assistant Policy Analyst with Restore the Delta. I was born and raised in South Stockton, and I still reside there. I'm a first generation graduate from the University of the Pacific. I received my degree in geological and environmental science with a minor in sustainability. So it kind of covered a lot of things. It covered geology, environmental science. Ironically, I didn't cover environmental justice, considering that's a big portion of the work I do now. I covered ecology, as well as the functions of wastewater treatment plants and water quality, which eventually led me to where I am today. I initially started with Restore the Delta as a climate water advocate. I was looking to gain experience in water quality testing. So now, as the Assistant Policy Analyst with Restore the Delta, I primarily engage and monitor and engage with the State Water Board in the processes regarding anything that has to do with the Bay Delta Plan, Delta Conveyance Project, anything related to VAs, initial biological goals, anything within that realm. So I'm very grateful every day to be able to advocate for a better quality of life for my community and Delta communities. So to answer that first question, I feel like my work, we are constantly really trying to move the needle. I kind of joke around and say, like, I feel like we're always like, change the system, fight the system, right? But as Barbara said earlier, what in reality, what we're looking for is for partnerships with these agencies between the organizations and federal state agencies to bring in communities. So Restore the Delta and other organizations together are working to create new systems and changing the current power dynamic to one that's more equitable and inclusive of groups that have for a long time been left out of decision-making processes, but still left to deal with many of the consequences. I think that we all know that the current relationships and power dynamic between different entities like state and federal agencies, local counties, and local organizations, it's just not working. It's not serving the needs of the ecosystems and the needs of communities. In my work with the State Water Board, it is very frustrating, and I think this goes back to a point that was brought up in an earlier panel of the constraints to decision-making processes, where we are adapting and doing the research and moving forward to understand the science, but the processes of implementation of this new knowledge is slow in terms of changing policy. And for example, in my line of work, updating the Bay Delta Plan with sound science and doing this at a speed at which the speed at which we are moving does not match the urgency with which we should be adapting to climate change, and it's showing to not be an adaptive timeline as well. And then a part of working with all these agencies, we also have our communities that are burdened with lifelong worth of social issues who are now even further behind because of lack of funding and outreach to getting these communities involved. So we have our on-the-ground orgs trying to push and put pressure on agencies while also trying to pull the weight of communities, so that they are adapting to the change. And at the moment, it feels very like we're taking one step forward, but taking 2 or 3 steps back. And I will dive a bit more onto what can be done in the following question.
Renee? Okay.
All right, go ahead, Morgan.
Okay, sorry.
We'll go to Renee.
Format. Hi, everyone. I'm Morgan Chow. I'm a planner at the Stewardship Council. I'll use Harriet's term, the designated bureaucrat on the panel. But I'm super happy to be here. I, at the council, work on implementing our Delta plan. And what that looks like is participating in our long-term planning strategy. So like Delta Adapts, as Harriet shared, and also our environmental justice work, which I'll talk about today. I have also an interdisciplinary background in social science and coastal management, and for most of my work have always been really interested in the human dimensions of natural resource management and really trying to focus on equity and collaboration. And so this theme for me as the government representative really is what can government do to really improve adaptation and make it more equitable and inclusive. And we, council staff, have spent the last few years on our environmental justice initiative, and that has really been focused on building relationships with community organizations throughout the region, sort of in 2 main ways. First, we formed a EJ expert group, of which Restore the Delta is part of, and other community organizations, and an organization that represents tribes throughout the state is part of. And we really tried to design that group alongside them as partners and co-produce a work plan and acknowledge that there have been failed EJ attempts regionally in the past. And so we really wanted to do that better alongside them. And then we've also conducted a series of interviews throughout the region in a semi-structured way with other community organizations to really hear their concerns, how they're working to engage on EJ issues, and then really what they see as government's role. And I guess I'll just start, and I'm sure we'll talk about it more, but a big takeaway for me is that there are really several ways that the government has to change to better value and elevate community expertise on these issues that have been, as we've talked about all day, disenfranchised and marginalized in the past. And so I think something that I've learned really is that, silence from community input on a project or a plan does not mean that they approve of the project or plan. It means that they you haven't engaged them in the correct way, and that either they don't trust you or have a relationship with you, because as we've talked about today, there's lots of reasons for mistrust, or two, that they don't see the value of their time to engage on the process. And that could be because there are so many agencies and they don't really see how their agency work impacts them directly, or they're not compensated appropriately for their time to engage, and they're understaffed and under-resourced, and there's better ways for them to use their time. So that's something that I've learned in the process, and and we can talk more about ways that we want to overcome that hurdle. And then I'll just say also that the EJ work is still ongoing, and our staff is hoping to bring a draft paper alongside our expert group sometime this summer. So that's the goal.
Right, Renee, are you ready?
Hi all. I'm Renee Henry. I'm the California Science Director for Trout Unlimited, the US's oldest and largest salmon and trout conservation NGO. And I have worked on Central Valley water and salmon and policy issues for 20 years now, which is crazy to me. And I am one of two NGO representatives on the CAMP, the technical arm of the CSAMP, convened to sort of opine on the science and policy of Delta exports and water management. And I'm also the lead PI on a project called Reorienting to Recovery, which is about getting everybody in the Central Valley with an interest in salmon recovery together and seeing if we can work in a more belonging-oriented, more collaborative way to craft a pathway, a suite of actions towards salmon recovery that equitably balances the cost and benefits of those actions across the range of other values that the participants have. And I think for me, when I first started doing this work or wading into this work, I sort of felt like, oh, it's just a lack of information. There's a lack of information that's really limiting us. And sometimes I think there's information that could facilitate our working together in more effective ways. But after some time, I started to feel like, oh no, it's not just a lack of information. It's more that people aren't working together. And so my work shifted a lot towards coalition building. And once I got deeper into coalition building, I realized it's not just people being together, it's the wounds that these people are all carrying and the way that those wounds are affecting how they interact with each other and their capacity for collaborating in a different way, which is really the sticking point. And so lately I've been really investigating into this sort of switch, this potential transition from transactional collaboration where I give you something and you give me something and we kind of are framed in terms of our own self-interest, to more belonging oriented collaboration where we put all of our values out there and see that complex of values as something that we all own, with sort of the base premise that we are all essential to a solution, that we're stronger together, that we don't get anywhere without each other, that in MLK's words, I can't be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be, and you can't be who you ought to be until I am who I ought to be. And also in the process, freeing up our systemic mind, our hive mind, to group think the solutions to some of the complex problems that we're facing, as opposed to us each developing an individual solution that is oriented around our own value. For me, equity is really about the personal experience of being seen and valued and included in a system. So it's like we have to arrive at it, as far as I can tell, with everyone having the capacity to show themselves, and that often requires different flavors of container, where we have meetings, what those meetings look like, different flavors of dialogue, sometimes more structured to create more safety, more space for people, and then also different pathways, different decision-making processes towards a solution than a lot of the ones that we're acculturated into, especially in the regulatory policy decision-making spaces as they exist right now. So that's sort of where my mind goes around this topic. It's nice to be here.
Great. Well, thank you all for those excellent introductions. And, you know, it's really amazing to hear collectively your reflections on this panel and what it means to you, because you're all doing some really hard work of trying to make change in a very complicated and messy system that needs your voices and that needs your creative thinking. And you know, you are the type of people that have the ideas, the capacity and the knowledge to make some of these governance changes happen and make them effective. So you know, I heard a lot of common themes come out of your introductions around the importance of kind of thinking outside the box, thinking about paradigm shifts, building relationships in new ways, understanding that, you know, we're all part of this complex system, and we bring different values to it, which is something that came up in the previous panel, I think, with Brett's comments. And, you know, how we elevate some of these values into the very diverse kind of processes and venues where we're making governance decisions is a real challenge. So what I'd like for the second question for you to focus on is maybe reflect on an experience that you've had where you feel like, hey, we've kind of done something right here in this governance process, or an example that you could give the audience that would help us maybe think about what some pragmatic ways would be to change the governance system that could be more supportive of adaptation, particularly within the context of the communities that you're working with. So I'm going to ask you to talk about this in the reverse order this time. So Renee, I'm going to put you on the spot first, and then we'll follow up with the room. The in-person room, I should say.
Okay.
So any kind of practical examples or?
Yeah. So in the Reorienting to Recovery project, it emerged from a series of conversations that I had with Jennifer Pierre, the GM of the State Water Contractors, during COVID, when we weren't seeing a lot of people and there's a lot of other crazy stuff going on in the world. And it was unusual, maybe even unprecedented, for the NGOs and the state water contractors to collaborate. But in the course of the conversations that we had, we sort of dug into some of our perceived differences. And one of the things that we discovered was that some of our disagreements around science that started out really firm disagreements were not actually disagreements around science. They were different risk tolerances related to the application of those sciences and the risk that their application had for each of us based on our respective interests. And another thing that both of us had experienced is that often and these are my words, so, I won't speak for her, but we had some alignment around this, is I feel like often law and bureaucracy are sort of our enshrined hurts. It's like how we got hurt in the past, and then if we had enough power to enshrine protection from that hurt in some sort of a rulemaking, then we do that, and that is law. And then we have these bureaucratic processes which are designed to sort of maintain the procedure and structure around how we behave in response to those enshrined hurt protections. And if we really sink into that, it's like, oh, so it's going to be very difficult for us to move in a different way, engage in a different way, especially with things that have to do with equity, that have to do with resolution to power asymmetry via the vehicles of bureaucracy and law. That's not to say that those things don't have a role, but we actually need to step outside of those things in order to have different flavors of dialogue. And so looping back, when we designed Reorienting to Recovery, one of the things that allowed everyone who participated to agree to participate was we were like, this is a non-regulatory process. It's not linked to anything. It's just a coalition of the willing sitting down to explore having a different dialogue, to explore if we can use the tools available to come up together with a holistic solution, to explore if we can have a different experience of each other. And I have felt with that particular project, I continue to feel that the primary opportunity of it is to have that different experience, and to have that different experience imprint on us and change our kind of subconscious, semi-conscious belief of what the realm of the possible looks like. I think it's also, there's so much pattern in the way that we tend to work, orient towards, develop law and policy, work on governments. There's even patterns that are very, intentional, that we can get, I feel, and certainly this has happened to me, acculturated into the belief that the limitations of the experience we have personally in the context of those patterns is all that's possible, but it's totally not. But it often requires figuring out a way to unplug ourselves from them and then have an experience of a person that we normally have in that context outside of it, in order to discover, oh, right, there's a bigger world of ways that we could be moving and feeling and operating. And and there's a lot of possibility there.
That's a great answer, and really taps into this notion of the importance of our informal spaces and how we create opportunities for those that maybe align with some of the formal spaces, but move us towards this change in a more creative way. So I really appreciate those responses. I'm going to go to Morgan. And yeah, tell us, give us some reflections on maybe some experience that you've had that can help us kind of think through what are some ways we could change our governance system to support adaptation in a more equitable way.
Yeah, thanks. I think we've heard a ton of feedback in the last few years on the environmental justice work from our interviews and from our expert group. But we haven't finished that paper yet. It hasn't gone to our council, but we have started to make some changes in response to what we've heard. One is one that I already mentioned in the formation of that group of experts. We really wanted to co-produce the work plan and ask them how they wanted to engage with us before we, came to them with a plan. We recognize that they are technical experts and should be given that title and recognition and inclusion in that way. And I think someone said earlier, involving them rather than just engaging with experts in the field. We've really been working to, actually the first thing we heard when we had a kickoff launch to see who would be interested was that folks don't like the term advisory group because they provide advice and then it's not used. So that's why we changed the name and are hoping to do much more obviously than change the name. And then another thing is really just trying to find ways to compensate these experts that go beyond our traditional and often very cumbersome state contract mechanisms, especially for small nonprofits. So I think one of my first emails with Barbara, she told me, and it stuck with me because it's so true, is just like, you can't just keep like sending these different needs that you need from us for this tiny contract. Like you need to package it, you need to be clear, you need to help like streamline the process that is can be very, very confusing and sometimes just frankly not worth a nonprofit's time to participate in that, especially if it's not clear like what the output of the work in their time is going to be. So that's another thing I think that we're constantly working on. We've talked about it some, Harriet mentioned it, but really like a new approach to outreach. So for the EJ work and also for Delta Adapts, really just trying to plug into community events that are already scheduled and people are already attending. If we can't compensate everyone for attending our meeting, we shouldn't expect them to come all the way to Sacramento and provide input. So we're trying to do that with our EJ work. We are doing that, and something also is just like how getting the word out. I think we're all very good at like writing reports or long documents and putting them online, and that just isn't the most effective way to reach a broad audience in a huge region. So something that Restore the Delta and our other community partners helped us with a Delta Adapts workshop is their youth created a TikTok video, and that's something that I don't think our staff would have ever thought to do. We've also gotten feedback from the expert group on ways to get the word out when we do have a paper for public comment, like plugging into local news sources or going to different libraries and just like ways that we haven't we don't always have the capacity to, which is another thing that we need to have culturally trained staff that have capacity and time in their jobs to actually spend the time to go meet with folks in person throughout the region. But that's something that we're thinking about. And I think the last thing that's already been mentioned is really just as we've been hearing things from folks over the last few years, really trying to share what we're learning with our agency partners. So that's been able to happen in an informal way several times already, which is exciting. And I guess I'll just say that a lot of the things I think that are on our mind and I feel like should be happening, like we should be prioritizing and investing the resources is improving that representation on decision-making bodies and agency staff, and improving our procedures so that it's clear how communities can engage, and that if we can do that correctly, then we'll be able to address, the distributional injustices in terms of EJ, because we'll have a better idea of how to actually go about that problem. I think sometimes at agencies, at least we do it backwards, and we try with our technical staff to figure out what the solution is to the distributive injustices before actually making sure that we have good representation.
Oh, that's excellent. We'll just go down the panel here so we can hear from all of you, and then we'll have some shared reflection.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. I think we can, definitely one thing that sticks out is the need for a new process to really get communities involved. And not just once a project is already proposed, communities need to be involved from the start of the project when it's initially being proposed and being developed towards the end, so we can, so communities can be taken into consideration of the impacts that any project can be having on these communities. A very recent example that we have is with a new company that was proposing a hydrogen power facility in the port of Stockton. They reached out to Restore the Delta and a lot of the organizations in Stockton about this proposed new project, and they were promising about, it's a step forward to depending more on green energy, and then also offering the community opportunities for career growth, career opportunities there as well. And they were reaching out to us, but they said that they were already on their CEQA process, and they were already doing all these paperwork and processes with the port that were not being, the information was not being provided to the community. And not just that, the science behind it was not sound science. It was in the collaboration with a lot of organizations that they reached out to that we found out that this new technology that they were proposing in the community was not safe and was actually posed a huge threat to any staff that they might be have working here. So definitely, I think there needs to be, again, a new process to engage these communities. And further back, I think that communities need to be given the knowledge that they need to also understand this project like the one that was proposed. And as we plan for climate change adaptation, there is also a need to acknowledge and address the injustices and wrongdoing. We need government to fund these organizations to empower communities with knowledge through participation in government processes. This will not only improve the ecosystem and environmental health of communities, but also restore some of this trust. And when community members feel and see that their input is creating change, or at least opening up opportunities for compromise, they will show up and raise their voices. So we need to bring communities up to speed with knowledge and fund organizations to keep doing on the ground work to empower communities to engage and be involved with government processes from the start to the end of projects.
So again, I think it starts with the question, where are the tribes? So within whatever government structure, whatever entity, whatever agency, when there are decisions being made, again, that impact tribes, the question needs to be, where are the tribes? Have we consulted? Whether you're statutorily required to or through regulation shouldn't matter. The best practice and the shift in governance should be, we need to talk to the tribes. Let's go to them if we need to. And just being creative about your outreach and how you do that. And one of the successes that I will share with you has been just this year. And the example is with the Delta Stewardship Council, where we were able to connect with the tribal liaison there. Brandon, I don't know if he's in the room, but he has been a superstar. He has gone above and beyond. He has, come to us. He's presented to our tribal coalition that we convene of quote unquote Delta tribes, which are some of the local tribes in the area, and doing things that he wasn't required to do. And I think that that has so much value, and it makes us want to do some of the heavy lifting on our part because we are under-resourced. We do have to pick and choose, and we do have to prioritize where we can engage and how much we can engage. Part of the strength of our coalition is that we all can't do everything. We all, it's just not possible. Our capacity can be very limited. And so even when the agencies do it right, even when they want to talk to us and they want our input, sometimes it's just not a place we can get to, but maybe another tribe can. The other part to that, we discussed this at a recent Delta Stewardship Council meeting where I think it was the first type of meeting of its kind where they invited us to actually be that meeting, to be the content of that meeting. And we had an open dialogue with them about, I think there were 4 tribes maybe that were represented, and we each talked about our connection to the Delta, our concerns, the way that we can better engage with them. And the feeling when we left that room, gave us hope, at least gave me hope that we have started down the right path. We have done our jobs, because sometimes it can feel thankless. It can feel like you're not making any headway, but when you have those interactions and you can see and feel the movement in the room, it inspires us to keep going because I said it before, we're taxed, we're tired, but if we're not there, then things happen that most times end up being detrimental to tribes. And so because we are still battling erasure, right? We're still saying we're not invisible, we're still here. We have to continue to be in these forums. We have to continue to voice tribal concerns. And so what I would say is that we just continue to be creative, figure out, even on the different councils, how do we get tribal representation? And not just one, because we're each sovereign nations. So we're not like a county. We're not like a city. Each tribe is its own separate sovereign nation, right? Equivalent to, the government of the United States, the government of California. And I think I want to underscore that because many times we can be pushed into the role of stakeholder, which is fine, but we're a level up. We're a sovereign nation, and that holds so much weight. And so how can we just continue to, again, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but we have to, so that the gravity of what we're doing here is felt. We need to talk to tribes. Not just Shingle Springs, not just Buena Vista, not just the Wilton. You'll have to figure out how you're getting out there face to face if you need to, because when we're talking about a consultation with tribes, that means something different to each tribe. I, was in a meeting and I heard a tribal chairman stand up, and he was, he felt disrespected because there was planning that had occurred and nobody had gone to see him in his ancestral territory, impacting his ancestral territory. Nobody had gone to see him face to face and have a dialogue. That can't continue to happen. We need to get there. We need to listen to tribes, and we need to know the tribes, and we need to respect them.
Well, thank you all. I think you really touched on some critical points around the need to acknowledge the challenges for engaging diverse interests, for engaging with tribes, for engaging with EJ communities, and the recognition of the challenges that a lot of communities and individuals and organizations face with their capacity to be able to be at the table. And so, you know, I guess one of my questions is kind of builds off of Crystal's comments is, you know, there, and I think Renee brought this up earlier too, there is a lot of value in building coalitions outside of the kind of traditional government venues, building coalitions of non-governmental entities with tribal entities, perhaps, to really enhance that capacity and maybe leverage each other's capacity. And we know that governance is not just government, right? That to have good governance, we need to have a strong non-governmental capacity and non-governmental organizations that can represent diverse interests that, you know, not everyone can be at the table, but maybe we can have organizations that have, and coalitions that have more effective representation of those interests. So my question to you, this might be our final question before we open it up to the audience, is just what are some strategies you see that are effective for helping you build the coalitions that can address some of those capacity challenges, so that we have a robust kind of non-governmental portion of governance that's representative. And yeah, you know, this might be more appropriate for those of you who are in the non-governmental sector. So maybe I'll start with Renee and Cynthia, and then from the kind of tribal perspective, which might be different from the kind of NGO world, I'll move to Crystal. So maybe Renee and then Cynthia, and Morgan, you can chime in from how government sees this.
Well, I'd definitely love to hear from Morgan too, because I feel like most of the multi you know, interested party, multi-stakeholders that are often called spaces that, and this is changing, but most of the ones that I've participated in my career are catalyzed by government. And I think that is one of the reasons often for their challenge, for some of the challenges they face. And I think in a perfect, at least in my improved world, maybe not perfect, you have coalitions that are where government shows up as an interested party and participates in that regard, and you have diverse government represented, but they are just another party. And often the challenge in those sorts of spaces, there's like challenges that are legal relative to the type of things that like federal agencies can participate in, for example. So those are details that have to be overcome, and there are ways to get around them or through them, as it were. And also it can be challenging funding those things, because so much of the funding for that flavor of collaboration, of coalition work, often comes from government. So I think that's a long way to say, I think what we need is government funding that is structured that is dedicated to more coalitions around key topics in government, where the coalition is not run by government, does not exist within a single government branch, and where sort of the goals and objectives from that effort are emergent from the coalition as opposed to being dictated by government in advance, but where there's a commitment from the government that is participating to figure out how to advance, implement in the context of the regulatory, legal, existing objectives that they have, those things which come from the coalition. And one other thing that I'll say about that is, I think in order for that to work, in addition to all the, getting around the legal challenges and how you structure the coalition, there's also a personal need for that coalition work to really be, and the decision making, the way that like the agreements, the authority in those coalitions to really be consensus oriented. So if it turns into a voting majority making decisions about something, usually the kind of purpose is lost. And so sometimes you run into a circumstance where you find out, that this decision that this coalition is going to opine on is even a thing, is a reflection of the inequity that's inherent in the system. And so when that happens, rather than forcing through a decision, I don't know how many times I've heard, well, we have to decide. We can't just not decide. It's like, or what if we took a step back and we're like, what is the context that this inequitable decision we have to make sits in? And could we apply the coalition's work to figuring out how we would restructure this context so that we don't end up in this position the next go around? And then if people are actively engaged in that, they often will loosen their grip on that one decision because they feel like it's an artifact of a previous mode of doing business and it does just have to get done. Whereas if it's a symptom of a continued mode of doing business, then often there's a lot of reticence to engage in those coalitions and they sort of fall apart. So there's a lot in there, but maybe that's helpful.
That's very helpful. And I just noticed we have a question in the Q&A that kind of relates to this question. So I might read this question and then ask our panelists in the room there in Sacramento to maybe reflect on this audience question. So the question is, how can we represent the interests of future generations, both youth and the unborn, in these spaces and coalitions? And what are the implications of having these interests represented? Would anybody like to reflect on that, who's hanging out there in Sacramento?
Hi, so thank you for that question. Part of what we do in traditional ecological knowledge, a big part of our responsibility is passing down knowledge. And so with that, we have really done a lot of work in engaging tribal youth and bringing them into different areas of our work that transcends culture. Then having said that, I'll also say that it's our belief that culture is ecology is culture, and everything is connected. And so we have started an internship program on the Rancheria within our department. The goal this summer is that we will have more tribal youth that are exposed to government, to governance, to advocacy, to forums like this, so that when it's my time to leave, they're taking my job, right? Because that's the goal of tribal communities, is that we educate our youth. We give them, foundationally, we give them culture, we give them spirituality, we expose them to who they are. And then as they get older, they go out into the world, they get, that Western education. We compare it with who they are as tribal youth, and they come back as adults and they, work for the tribe, and then they pass the knowledge on within the tribal community as well. So I think the inclusion of youth is critical. I think within any culture, within any community, it's necessary, to make to keep us held accountable, right? Because we're gonna be gone and they're going to inherit the world that we've left for them. So yep, I think, youth should definitely be included in what we're doing.
Thank you. Cynthia or Morgan?
Yeah, not to put myself on the spot, but I feel like I'm a living example of a young woman starting off her career being brought into this space of coalition with my work that I do with our coalition that filed the complaint and petition with the US EPA. And it's been, like I mentioned, I feel like I went off and got my education, I got my degree, but even then, I feel like that fell a little short where I didn't learn about the environmental injustices that my community was facing. And Restore the Delta, Barbara, our executive director, has done an amazing job of bringing in a lot of young women in starting off their careers and empowering us by training us, providing us endless amount of hours with training and kind of bridging this gap of knowledge of learning and reconnecting us with the Delta. I think something that was said earlier in Tama's poetry was that we know about Mudville, we know about Stockton, but we don't know about Delta and RTD and Barbara and Tim, which is the policy analyst, have done a great job at bridging that a gap of knowledge. And yeah, so now in terms of strategies for effectively building coalitions, I don't have much experience in building a coalition, although I do have the experience of helping coordinate our coalition. And I think coalition building is not only a strategy, but it's a necessity because of the lack of capacity that organizations have. And all these, there's so much work that needs to be done. And the organizations are working to, again, kind of they're dragging communities behind them, trying to bring them up to speed with the knowledge, with the science, with adapting to climate change, catching them up with the new terminology that's coming up, and then also having to kind of push and shove governments, agencies to do the right thing, to do effective outreach to communities and making sure that there's meaningful involvement as well. So yeah, I don't have much experience in that, but that is something I can say.
Anything to add, Morgan, or do we have questions from the audience? Morgan, feel free to pipe in if you have.
I'll just agree that I think it would be wonderful, yes, if government staff could just go and listen to like non-government-led coalitions. That should be something that should be built into the role of folks trying to get meaningful community engaged or meaningful community input on their work. And then I guess from a government-led coalition perspective, I do think that like a longer term version of our EJ expert group that would like exist, and we wouldn't have to do it year to year and it wouldn't be these tiny contracts, is something that I think is like essential to us actually being able at an agency to do our work effectively, because we would be plugged in to folks that are directly engaged with community members in our jurisdiction, and we'd be able to, utilize their expertise. Yeah.
Excellent. Do we have any questions from the audience there? If not,
Not seeing any right now.
I can ask more questions.
Can I throw one little thing out there?
Yeah, please.
That was really great. responses made me think of is that related to coalitions too is that word has a lot of meanings. And I think there is often a tendency to build coalitions around shared values, around perceived sameness in values. And I actually think that that's one of the things, at least in this governance context, that we need to sort of deconstruct a little bit. And not that those things, not that it's not useful to have affinity groups related to shared values or shared identification, but what we are missing, I find often, is coalitions based around place, or coalitions based around a shared pursuit or interest in a resource, and then very quickly, especially when you're dealing with something like water, the coalition, the possibility for who's there becomes really broad and diverse. And one of the things that I've at least experienced is that it's really hard to just have conversations with some groups of people who identify differently in some context. Like it's become very easy to become very insular, siloed in our sort of respective echo chambers, and only leave them to sort of advance objectives, missions that have been developed within those narrow silos. So maybe there's also something in what a strategy for building coalitions is that looks like. Think about how we're defining coalitions we belong to currently. See if there's a way that we can define them that is more inclusive and leverage that opportunity as, to get more diverse groups of people together to provide forums that, where we might hear things, experience things that we haven't in the past, and kind of reshape our own concept of what that topic, what that decision space is.
That's a great point. I mean, it's certainly reflective of the challenges we face on a broader level with governance in society today, and the tendency for those of us with passion and interests in policy issues and governance to kind of focus on our core values and align ourselves with people who share those core values is kind of the nature of politics that we've, the system that we're in. But I think, as you've been pointing out throughout the panel today, we've got to shake up some of these kind of old ways of operating if we're going to be able to adapt to some of the uncertain and complex challenges that we're all facing. And how we're going to do that together is certainly, it requires new ways of operating. And so I guess my last question, because I want to save some time for final wrap up of the day here.
Sorry to interrupt. We do have a question from the audience now, if that's okay.
Oh, great. Okay, well, let's bring it in, and then maybe that will be our last question.
I just wanted to actually make a comment and build on what Renee said, because it is very important to be part of coalitions and talk with people whom you think you don't always agree with, and who you may not agree with on some issues, but you can find common ground to work with. We talk with Metropolitan Water District. We have some major differences over projects. We have some really shared goals about what we want to accomplish locally. And when we get focused on the things that we agree on, we really enjoy working with each other. our environmental justice collaboration with the Delta Stewardship Council has probably been one of the best governance experiences we have ever participated in, period. And does it mean that everything you advocate for absolutely goes your way? No. It means that what you offer is actually considered, acknowledged, and things that are important to you are folded into the process. Where it gets tricky though with these type of broader place coalitions is, for those two really great examples, we have gone through dozens of collective and collaborative responses where the tribal entities were never even invited. And the community groups, when they did offer information, it was never acted upon. It was erased and it was ignored. So one of the things that I think that we have to think about with governance structure is, if you're going to build these kind of collaborative structures between NGOs, CBOs, tribal partners, and government, how do you make sure that doesn't happen? Where does the accountability come back so that those who hold more power, they hold the government, or they hold the money, or they hold the land, don't just override, when the truth is, for a lot of us with the NGO CBO community, we actually represent the bulk of the population that's impacted. So that's where it gets tricky, and that's where it gets dicey.
Thank you, Barbara.
Excellent comment, and it reflects, I think, a lot of the criticisms that have been discussed around collaborative governance, at least in the research field, that often the accountability question is one that's the big elephant in the room, and the power dynamics, and how we create more equitable power dynamics. We can invite all the people we want into a room, but if we don't have ultimately some accountability for those people who are in the room to be part of the governance decisions, and that there's some accountability to their interests, then otherwise it's just kind of window dressing and checking the boxes, I think, as somebody said in a previous panel. So we're very close to being out of time for our panel. We have about 2 minutes left, so I'm just going to ask each of you in a very short, maybe like 10 seconds. Is there one final thing you'd like to say about the governance system and how we can change it, or what we should be trying to change, to think about how we create more capacity for equitable and effective adaptation? So very quickly, I'm going to start with, I guess, Crystal.
Sure. So I guess I'll leave you with these words. From a tribal perspective, we are still battling structures of colonization, racist structures. Those aren't things of the past. And so I think just a very keen awareness as we look to changing governance structures, that we are making very intentional decisions around moving in the opposite directions, breaking those systems down, and including the folks that have been excluded.
I will say funding. Funding of these organizations. These organizations have gained the trust of the community members who have lost all, if not all, of the trust in the government. And that is because of historic disinvestment, redlining, racist housing policies. They've really destroyed, in Stockton, they've destroyed communities like our little Manila community. So we need to, these communities have gained the trust, these organizations have gained the trust of communities, and through the organizations and government funding, we can, work towards a common good.
I guess
to all my fellow agency staff, I'd say, kind of building on what Barbara was saying, like, let's just be bold. We listen to CBOs, we collect their input, and they understand that the governance process and government agencies are messy, and we're often limited as a single agency by our statute, and we can't change everything at once. It was said earlier today that change can take a long time, but doesn't mean we can't try, and that we have to be accountable if we want to expect to keep relationships moving forward.
Renee, anything final?
Maybe just an invitation prayer to really investigate our power and privilege, that which we have as individuals in different moments, in different contexts, and that which the entities that we belong to wield, and to orient towards power and privilege as a measure of our responsibility for service to the whole.
Excellent. Well, that was a wonderful way to wrap up this panel and also tie it into, I think, the introductory panels and talks we had this morning. So I just want to thank our panelists, and I will shut this down so we can wrap up the whole forum here. Thank you all.
For our closing remarks, I'd like to welcome Dr. Laura Larson, the Delta lead scientist, to close us out for the day.
Wow, I am humbled to be standing here before you at the end of what was a truly transformative day. And on behalf of the science program, I would like to thank all of the speakers, moderators, and planning committee for putting together such an amazing meeting. Thanks to the audience for your time, your questions, and your authentic presence here. In thinking about how to wrap up this meeting, I was trying to summarize what for me is the key takeaway, which is that authentic personal engagement integrated throughout processes and projects is really the key to adaptive governance. And I want to break that apart just a little bit based on some of the themes that were emerging from the meeting. Authentic personal engagement that is integrated involves truly listening, building relationships with intentionality. It involves inclusivity, respecting lived experience and perspectives of the young, of our tribal communities, of our environmental justice communities, making that engagement worth their time. It also involves connectivity. We've spent a lot of time thinking about how we could enhance the connectivity of these different groups of people, but we've also heard about how connectivity to the land and to species is integral. We heard about land as law, nature as culture, and this is something that we need to embrace to move forward in a truly adaptive way. So some other themes that I heard through this meeting were, we spent a lot of time in the panels talking about barriers, or at least trying to recognize what the barriers were. But I was very impressed that almost all of the panelists turned these barriers into opportunities. And for me, that emerged as a strong theme of the meeting. So just one example is the barrier of the regulatory and bureaucratic constraints that we face. And we heard a lot today about how we might use creativity, or there was a challenge that was put forth to all of us about how we might use creativity to work within those existing constraints. This includes pursuing creativity in routes to funding, perhaps providing funding that's dedicated towards non-governmental coalitions that are based around places, not necessarily just around values, and that recognize the many identities that are present in this place that we share a love of, the Delta. Another theme is the potential power of government, community, and tribal government partnerships. And, as an academic myself, I would add academic partnerships to that as well. I feel that all of these groups have a different niche to fill to create a system of governance that is synergistic, that collectively achieves more than each one of those types of entities would achieve individually. And so finally, I want to just mention a few highlights. I was kind of tabulating a highlight reel as the meeting went on, and you could think of these as just things that really stuck with me, things that are worth thinking about further. And there's probably many more things I could mention, but I have to be selective given the time. One is that we heard that from Don Hankins, from our initial speaker, that society is really at a crux here in terms of recognizing inequity and then starting to implement meaningful pathways towards addressing it, although we have a really long way to go. We heard hope for the future from Ivan Senok also. He's starting to see a better shift in how relationships are built and maintained. That is actually structural. We heard from Tama Brisbane about how our youth, our future, is not yet conversant on the words of adaptation and how we need to make places for young people at the table. And later on in the second and third panel, we heard a lot about how knowledge sharing is a pathway to empowerment, and that knowledge sharing needs to be communicated in a way that transcends languages and transcends demographic barriers between people. I was struck when Diane Burgis was talking about Marsh Creek, about how houses turned toward the creek at one point, about how the salmon came back. And that for me underscored hope that transformation is possible, transformation in ecosystems and transformation in terms of equity, and how really people are the critical part of that solution. One of the themes that came out for me in this highlight reel is I recognize that there's a tension here that's related to urgency. On the one hand, we have the urgency of acting in a climate that's rapidly changing and acting now. And on the other hand, we just heard about how decision urgency can be stifling. And sometimes it's necessary to take a step back and think about the structures within which those decisions need to be made and the overarching objectives. Just another barrier that could be an opportunity is this barrier of operating within our assumptions and the need to check our assumptions about what we're allowed to do, about what we think people want us to do. We heard from Crystal about the need to decolonize the way we think about things and really center tribal interests as the original land stewards. We also heard a lot of interesting things about risk, and perhaps this is the barrier that needs the most thought, for which there's not a readily recognized opportunity. We heard in panel 3 about how risk is perhaps the ultimate source of difference in confrontational relationships. And a big challenge then is how to recognize different risk tolerances. Just a few other quick highlights, I know I'm over time. We need to transform from reactive adaptive management to proactive adaptive management. There's a need to make leadership representative in many dimensions. So just a few parting words here, and at this point I'm speaking for myself, but I also have the impression that my words will resonate with many of the staff and leaders throughout the Delta Science program and the council. At the end of this meeting, I feel that my heart is full and my mind is full. And when I think about where we need to go, there is a part of me that feels overwhelmed because there's so much to do. But then I think about also what we learned today about the importance of growing partnerships and building relationships. And that sense of overwhelm almost shifts to a sense of community. We are all in this together. And I genuinely look forward to the creative process with all of you moving forward, who have so inspired us and brought us a renewed sense of purpose and imperative to our work. So thank you. And finally, I just want to bring to your attention that this is a first workshop in what we hope will be a series of 2 workshops this year. There's a second workshop that's being planned for June with a focus on really visioning the future of what more equitable and inclusive governance could look like. So thank you to you all.